hello. Welcome, everyone. Good to see you all. Thanks for those popping in the chat. It's good to see everybody again. So, good to have you. Don't run. Good to see you, Curb. Curious, Don't Run asks what opinion I have about the Zan. I don't know what that is. I don't know what the Zan is. Hope it won't get me in trouble. All right. Hey, Christy, good to have you back. Hoping the fortune teller today. You know what? I don't think I've been the fortune teller maybe ever. Maybe ever. All right, we're getting warmed up. So yeah, so we're back. Another day of Blood in the Clocktower. Welcome back, everybody. So, been a long week. Hope you all had a great Thanksgiving. I traveled for Thanksgiving and promptly caught the flu when I got back. So that's been fun. So I've kind of been on the mend on that. I don't often get sick, particularly for protracted periods of time. Really laid me out for a pretty critical week of the semester. So I'm still catching up on grading. So I thank my patient students. Yesterday was my birthday. So this is my birthday day. We kind of delayed it a little bit just because so I make sure I was recovered from the flu so I can enjoy dinner and such. So, but anyway, I appreciate you spending it all with me. All right, let's see here. All right, new Clocktower minion. Basically, on Night X, all opponents are poisoned, and there are X outsiders. Wow, that's interesting. That's cool. I'm not hip to the chase on the newest rules. I'll tell you my Clocktower recent experiences more about it as we get warmed up for today's event, which starts at 2. So. All right. Questions. Did I attend the Houston RHAP event? I did not. It's very rare. It's very rare that I get to attend any kind of Survivor function, period. Like, end of story. I'm just not close to anything. I live in Tallahassee, and it's not really close to even things in Florida. Like, Miami is a 7-hour drive from me. We're also barely near things that are on the Panhandle, like Pensacola. Pensacola is like a 3+ hour drive. So very rare. I mean, closest thing anything comes to me is Atlanta, and that's about it. So yeah, I could fly out, but it's very hard for me to fly out in the middle of a work week. That's tough. I mean, I won't lie. I considered it just because, it might be fun. The only one I ever got to go to was New Orleans. And that was at least only a 6-ish hour drive away. And I'd never been to one. And it's like, it never gets closer than New Orleans to me. And it happened to be a week I could actually kind of swing at work. So I did it last year for season 45. That was a fun time. I enjoyed it. I see why people do it. It's a rare thing that I get to. All right. And thank you, Lexi. I appreciate that. And as well as to Christy. Oh, so to Christy, we met in person. I apologize for not correlating your name over Twitch here. But I'm glad we got to meet. I hope I was polite and or entertaining, or one of the two. So, all right. Hey, Cammie, good to have you. So, today's Clocktower, as I've said before, I was mentioning a little bit about Clocktower. So, as you all know, few things, we've been doing these RHAP, we've been doing these sort of Survivor Clocktower games. We filmed the second one. I told you all about it when we last got together, I think 2 weeks ago. And the filming, I think, went quite well. We're in the middle of editing right now. I'm not exactly sure what to come out, but I imagine in a few weeks would be my guess. And but we're very pleased with how that's going and try to turn that into a more regular thing. It's a nice event. It's a fun little project to do on the side. But also, like, I'm trying to get into learning more of the rules of Clocktower. So off stream, with people who don't like being public about things, I've been helping play. I've been playing like one game a week, and I help storytell. And so, like, well, I really have to know the rules for storytelling, and I think I do a pretty good job of knowing the rules. So what I've enjoyed experiencing. Let's see if maybe I can pull this up real quick. Excuse me. All right. All right. Are quizzes that teach you the rules of Blood on the Clocktower. Let me see if we can pull this up real quick. All right, so you got quiz.bloodontheclocktower.com. Click to start. Here we go. Quiz.bloodontheclocktower.com. These are really cool. If you're interested in, if you're already an aficionado, you might have already taken these, right? But they are quiz.bloodontheclocktower.com. And there are ones, there's easy and intermediate for all three of the main scripts of the game. And they help you learn how to storytell, but really by making sure you know the rules. But really, I just like knowing the rules. I say famously in my life, when I was a wee lad, Magic the Gathering was a new card game that was out. Turns out, still out, still big. Hey, Snowstros, good to have you. Good to have you. All right. And when it came out, the cards were a little expensive for for my situation. And so I never had any illusions that I'd buy a deck. It's a relatively expensive hobby for a kid. But I got the rule book. And so I just kept reading the rule book. I loved understanding the rules and try to theorize, what could I do if I had a deck? I enjoyed that. That was fun, right? Even though I could never actually play unless a friend lent me a deck, right? But I like knowing the rules. I like being able to know offhand how these things are put together. So this is kind of like that for me. Like I like knowing the rules. And I went through the trouble brewing easy and intermediate level scripts. And because I want to make sure I know those. It's very important. And I did quite well. You can do fine on the quizzes. I imagine if you're familiar with the game, you'll do quite well. But it does get you thinking about some of the edge cases. And that's a lot of the fun. Then I decided I'm not a big Bad Moon Rising person. I think I maybe played that maybe one time. But Sex and Violets. Sex and Violets that's a fun one. That's a fun script. Lots of crazy interactions. And did fine on the easy. And then I took the intermediate. And oh my goodness. I love it. It's so challenging. It was so challenging. I loved it. All right. And so let's go through a little bit of it. These are they're 20 some odd questions. We won't go through. I've already gone through the answers, so I already kind of know the answers. So, but I wanted to walk you through one of the things that I found is interesting. Okay, here's the first question here. I'm going to see if I can zoom in a little bit so you can see. Okay, all right. So, all right. The question is, there is a Vortox in play. This is question 1, by the way, on the intermediate level quiz. At night, the dreamer chooses Will. Which 2 characters would you show the dreamer? Okay. So Will is. Oh, sorry. Where's Will? Okay. The dreamer. Where's the dreamer? Say Amy. Sorry. So at night, the dreamer chooses Will. So here you have the dreamer, Amy. Each night, choose a player, not yourself, not travelers. You learn one good and one evil character, one of which is correct. That's how the dreamer functions, right? So ordinarily, dreamer chooses Will, which is a good character, okay? Sage is a good character, right? So that means that Amy should learn one good character, one evil character. The good character is correct, so Amy would learn Sage and some evil character. So it could be any evil character on the script. So it could be Pit Hag, or it could be something that's not in play, like the Witch, right? So Sage and the Witch could be an answer. But of course, the Vortox, for those who know the Vortox, the demon, which has a special role that says townsfolk abilities yield false information. Okay? That means that any information that Amy receives is not one correct and one incorrect. It's both incorrect, right? So you have this multiple choice. So Sage and Serenovus would be a valid choice, but Sage is correct, right? Sage is correct. So therefore, the Vortox cannot tell him that, okay? All right. Philosopher and Flower Girl doesn't work either. That's not a valid thing to show the dreamer, period, because the Philosopher and Flower Girl are both good characters. It needs to be one good and one evil character. However, the Town Crier and the Witch, one of which is good, one of which is evil. So it's a valid thing to show that character, period. But both are incorrect. So this is the correct answer. That's what you show them, right? Okay. All right, let's see. All right. Yeah, you're right. Don't run. I'm right now in my current stage of understanding London Clocktower. I'm much more of a sex and violence SNV player than BMR. Bad Moon Rising is more of a read based game, which I think is interesting. I'm just not ready for that yet. So okay, first question, not bad, right? So we got it right. We reasoned the Vortox, right? The Vortox creates some interesting reasoning puzzles. Let's move on to this next one. Okay. Now, question 2. A Vortox is in play. The dreamer is drunk. Okay. The dreamer chooses Stefan. Which 2 characters could you show the dreamer? So Amy, the dreamer, is drunk, but there is a Vortox in play. Okay. All right. So, which means, so the question immediately came to me is, what do you do? Is the dreamer still drunk? Which means that the storyteller can give them basically anything, right? Or because the Vortox says they must get all false info, that they would get all false info. And you might, off the way I described it, you might say, oh, yeah, of course, the Vortox says they have to get false info. I don't care if they're drunk or not, right? Then they must get false info. You might be thinking that. However, the key to answering almost all of these Clocktower riddle questions is reading the exact text of what things say, right? There are other puzzles that reading the exact text is super important, right? Yeah, Curb, you're right. You're right, it does. But Curb, I want you to pay attention to this, okay? The short answer is, canonically, the ruling is the Vortox overtakes. Therefore, you have to give the dreamer false information, even though they are drunk, okay? But riddle me this. So this has been driving me nuts, okay? Because I went, so that is the right answer. So basically what that means, you have to give them both false info. The dreamer selected Stefan. Stefan's over here, who is the klutz. Therefore, you cannot tell them the klutz. You have to tell them a valid dreamer answer that both pieces of information are false. So that would mean no klutz, mutant and witch. Yeah, one good, one evil. That's the right answer. However, let's read what it says for the Vortox. Townsfolk abilities yield false info. Let's remember those words. Townsfolk ability yields false info. All right. I had a question, which was, what is the exact text of being drunk? Because right now we're just saying, yeah, the Vortox supersedes because why? Well, let's read what the actual text of the drunkenness say. So let's go and see if I can pull up the rule book, which I have conveniently up here from the last time I was looking through. Okay. All right. Rule book. Zoom a little faster. Look, Adobe, chill out. I want to just zoom in, not 1 inch at a time, please. Okay. I want my people to see this. I'm going to look up the rules for drunkenness because there are a lot of things where I realize I have to know the literal text of what the rules are for the basic rules to know how some of these rule interactions work, right? Yes. Drunk means you malfunction. You think, okay, Curb, let's look at, so, all right, let's look at drunk. What does drunk say? A drunk player has no ability, but thinks they do, Curb. No ability. That's what it says in the rules. This is the official PDF when you buy the game, or like the PDF of what you get when you buy the game. If I read that literally, they have no ability, for which the Vortox townsfolk abilities yield false information. Right? Right? So, technically speaking, by the text of what I am reading, the townsfolk does not have ability. That the way that, according to the official rule book, the way that drunkenness is handled is that a drunk player has no ability, but the storyteller treats them as if they do. Okay? So, I mean, look, canonically, that's what the official Blood in the Clocktower rules, the official Blood in the Clocktower quiz says, that the Vortox says they must get false info. But I do not see a textual reason why that is the case. Because, and it's not just this one spot. If I look up drunkenness on this I wish this would zoom in more than. Oh, this is a garbage app. This app is garbage. Click, click, click. There we go. I'm just okay. Drunk. A drunk player has no ability but thinks they do, and the storyteller acts like they do. Right? So you say canonically according to the Blood and Clocktower Bible. Okay. Send the Clocktower Bible. Send the link if you wouldn't mind, folks, if you're in the chat, if you have the time. Okay. Because I want to know why that's the case. Because if I'm reading the rules, that's what it says, right? Okay. So let's find all places. All right. All right. Okay. Let's see here. So it could be that it's just sloppy writing in the official rulebook. This is the only instance I found where I've had this confusion. I did the rest of the quiz. Everything else tracks perfectly. Okay. So everything else tracks perfectly. Not a problem, right? So anyway, that's why I want to bring up that conundrum. I want to know what the official, or maybe here's my challenge. I want to know what the official text of drunkenness is. And I want to know textually why that jives with an answer like that. Okay. So that's what I want to know. That's the only gripe of everything. Every complicated interaction makes sense, except that one to me. That's my rant for today. Thank you for coming. Okay. But I'll show you some other stuff. Okay. I'll show you some other stuff that I thought was interesting that I learned. Okay. I actually did not know the official win conditions for good and for evil. And they are important. Let's put the win conditions here. Oh, I could run an AI reasoning in this. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Get rid of this AI reasoning nonsense out of here. Okay. Let's find the win conditions. Because this is interesting. I didn't realize this was literally how it was written, because it matters. It doesn't matter for Trouble Brewing that we're going to play today, but it does matter for a lot for Sex and Violence. Okay, especially with the evil twin role. Because I was getting some of these questions. I'm like, yeah, the good should win in this case. Like, nope, evil wins. Read the win conditions. I'm like, well, I don't have a copy of the win conditions. I got to go find this pseudo-legal PDF. Okay, let's see here. Where is it? Where is the good? Sorry. Okay, let me write 2 players. Okay, here we go. Here are the 2 win conditions right here. This is it. Good wins if the demon dies. Really specifically, it means there are no demons left alive. That's actually, this is also, I feel like this should be written out. And so some characters, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so when the demon dies, good wins. People talk about the evil team winning when there are 2 players left alive, when only one of which is the demon. But we all know that's not actually literally true. It's only when evil wins when there's 2 players left alive, period. So at the final 3, if you execute the demon, good wins because they executed the demon. The demon is now dead. And also evil wins because there are 2 people left alive at the exact same time. And the way that the game resolves these rules is it says, if both teams win at the same time, good wins. That's how they resolve that, right? Yes, that's how your normal game of Trouble Brewing at the final 3, okay, where if you vote out the demon, okay, good wins. It's actually a tiebreak that causes that to happen, right? All right. So let's see. So anyway, my point being, I actually commend them. I commend them for most of this writing here. It's mostly extremely thought out. And the way this handles the evil twin is that the evil twin's ability is that while the evil twin is still in the game, good cannot win. So what that means is that if you're at the final 3 and the demon and the evil twin are both alive, and let's say the good team executes the demon. There are 2 players left in the game, and you just executed the demon, right? Which means ordinarily it would be a tie. Tie goes to good, good wins. However, because the evil twin is in the game still, which says the good team can't win, then that means there is no tie and evil wins. So you have to kill so people who know sex and violence know you have to take care of the evil twin before the final 3, or you're screwed. There's nothing you can do. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Curb. The good twin must be alive in that spot, or else it doesn't work, right? So the last person would be the good twin, but my logic still carries, right, Curb? Exactly. It would be 2 evils and 1 good, and the only good would be the good twin. Because if the good twin were, well, yeah, if the good twin were dead, they would have been executed. Once what the game would be over, or the good twin would be dead from being killed at night. At which point the power is deactivated. And again, this is all in the rules. So let's just say, let's see, good to evil twin, blood on the clock tower. Okay. Evil twin, blood on the clock tower. Evil twin. You and an opposing player know each other. If the good player is executed, evil wins. Good cannot win if you are both alive, right? If you both live. So one has to be dead. And so anyway, so they'll have to be alive exactly as Curb says, right? So all of these things can be resolved by just reading the rules carefully, and you can logic out what happens, except that one dang rule. So it's bothering me. I just wanted to share that with you all who came for the overthinking. If you came for the overthinking, you're getting it. All right, looks like we've been given the room code. So let's see if we can actually get in here. Joining the game. Hello, can you hear me?
Oh boy. Oh, here comes trouble.
Trouble's back. Trouble is brewing, in fact.
Trouble.
How you doing, Steven?
I knew you were trouble when you started brewing.
Yes, excellent. So FYI, so Steven, I am streaming. So all those things you were gonna say about about how Rob was so wrong about the teeny edit, you gotta drop it down.
I kept on trying to tell him offline. I was Rob, I don't see it. I'm seeing Rachel, maybe Sam. Teeny is, and he was like, no, it's Teeny.
I was listening to your podcast yesterday, and I was like, "Oh, that's funny." I have a little session after, like, I'll listen to it on my drive home, and I'll give Emily the summary. And I was like, Steven was like, was very funny, saying, "It's like I don't remember who it was, not important who it was, who was talking was. Yeah. It's not important."
It's like that Tim Robinson sketch with the hot dog truck.
Yeah. All right.
Wilfo, it's a pleasure to see you. Nice to be playing with you again.
How's it going?
Hi, how are you?
Good. Just getting myself set up here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do you guys like take notes and stuff when you play, or do you just use brain power?
A little bit.
I try to take notes, but I don't take. I never. But Dwight, like the last game I played with Dwight, he basically solved by realizing where like there was an inconsistency in the night information.
Hey, friends. So thank you very much for letting me know that my in-game audio is not great. I forget. I'm trying to give you guys good audio, but yeah. So I just changed it over. So hopefully that's better. Thank you for letting me know.
Have it written down.
Yeah, I assume so. Oh God, look at this.
Yeah.
Look at what?
A knight and a Christian. I feel like this is not where a Jew wants to be.
Leaving that alone. Leaving that alone. All right. Okay. So my stream, I just regaled with a puzzle, Steven. I finished all the quizzes, a lot of the quizzes. Those Blood and Clock Tower quizzes.
Oh, that's fun.
Did you take any of those?
I did. Really fun. I haven't gotten into BMR though, because I don't even understand those interact. Like, I'm better at custom scripts than I am at BMR scripts. Like BMR for whatever reason just absolutely flummoxes me.
The one I didn't hit BMR yet because I know that there's an obscure logic tree to understanding how the Puka and the Exorcist interact.
Yeah.
Like I was in a game and like Kirsten like said, this thing happened. It's like, Kirsten, that is impossible. That is not how the Puka and the Exorcist would interact. And then Dwight pulled up like a flow chart to show me that I was wrong, that I need to ask him for. Anyway, but the sex and violence one, I told Zach Rottenberger, if he cracks 75%, I'll buy him dinner. The advanced one.
Will you also hold that for me?
Yeah, a reasonable price dinner. A reasonable price dinners. I would say 80% for Steven. I got 80. I got 80%. You got to beat me. Okay.
Oh wow,
Got to beat me. Yeah. So, but one of the questions is about the interaction between drunkenness and Vortox.
Yeah.
And normally to solve any complicated one of these questions, you just go back to the text of the rules,
right?
And you think about it, that's all you need,
I don't
right?
know if people can hear me.
I can hear you fine, Jake. Continue.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. So
What I do?
yeah. So but one of them is not true. Like at least when I go back to the text, I'm like more confused. And so like I asked Dwight about it, and I'm gonna keep pestering him until he gives me a satisfying answer.
What is the question? Because I know that the issue with the Vortox is often that the Vortox has to be wrong, right?
Correct.
So like, and then obviously drunkenness does not necessarily have to be wrong.
Well, Stephen, I'm glad you asked. Now I get to tell everybody. So the question involves drunkenness and Vortox, and the answer is like, the question is, do you give a drunk player incorrect information because of the Vortox, or can you give them anything because they're drunk? And I think a lot of people kind of intuitively get the correct answer according to Blood in the Clocktower, which is the Vortox trumps the drunk. Okay. But when you go to the text of drunkenness in the actual game, I found the actual manual, which is what you got to go back to for win conditions and all that nonsense. It says a drunk player has no ability, but you pretend that they do. And if you read the text of the Vortox, it says townsfolk abilities yield false information, but they don't have an ability.
Well,
so
the drunk is also not a townsfolk.
No, but you get in sex and violence, they can be, because you're not the drunk.
Oh, right.
You're made drunk by abilities. You're townsfolk made drunk by abilities. So I have sent Dwight a text wall of images and reason and quotes, like a legal document as to why I think it should be the other way. And I'm gonna
put it together. I'll forward it to Stephen Medway, and we'll get him to
go straight to the top, straight to the top,
yeah.
the top of the game making. Anyway, so
you ever walk into a meeting and you feel like you didn't prepare for the meeting?
Well, we could ask. Why don't we just ask Ben, Christian? I'm sure he would have a good answer for this.
We are so privileged, Stephen. We could ask like these high level Clocktower people these answers. I wanted to basically, before I escalate, like I try to handle it at a low my level first, like,
wow.
And then
how rude to the people assembled here.
No, I'm low level. I'm escalating it to you guys now. You're being escalated. Okay. You're the escalation. Right. It's like, it's when you have an IT issue, you don't call. You don't call Bill Gates, right? You just you start at the low level high T.
That's why I haven't been able to get my computer fixed.
Yeah. So anyway. Oh man.
Yeah, I'm just Jake's resetting his PC because I think he was having issues with connectivity. So
no.
I'll get after that.
Right, I might be able to.
How are you all doing today?
But yeah.
Okay. All good.
Yeah. There's a slight echo.
You're loud again, Terry. You're loud. Your new mic settings. You're loud.
Yeah.
My setup is loud. Okay.
Ever since I told you one time you were too quiet. I was like, I'm sorry I keep talking over you, but I think your mic is too quiet.
So Don't Run asks, how can you have a text wall and there be images? It's easy. You send a giant text wall, and then you send an image that supports said text wall. It's like that, where the images are the references in the bibliography at the end of your text wall.
I'm still so
when you're
tired.
putting out the call to play, are you just texting people individually? Like, what is your way of doing that?
Yeah, I will just remember.
You'll see the Dwight signal that goes up?
Ravens.
No, yeah, I'll send like a Wednesday or Thursday and like massively text people and just like, okay, we'll see what happens. And yeah, that's just it's nothing official.
Well, no, but I mean, it's just sort of like a hassle, right? Like it's like a lot of and you like kind of.
Ryan McQueen, welcome to the chat. with fire today. Ryan McQueen says Drunk is the only character who can receive true info in a Vortox game. That's how Ben runs it in NRB games. Booyah, booyah. Well, the Blood on the Clocktower quiz is wrong, or at least disagrees with Ben. Okay, I feel vindicated. Now, to be clear, there are other issues that crop up when the Drunk is a character that has no ability, but you treat like they do, because there are other roles where which count up the number of ability uses, right? The chambermaid in Blood on the chambermaid, whichever one has the chambermaid. I'm losing my mind. That one learns how many characters awoke, quote, due to their ability. And if that's the case, then Drunk would not count as that, because they're not being awakened due to their ability. They're being awoken because the storyteller is pretending to have an ability, right? Isn't that interesting? But it's like the one interaction that I don't fundamentally understand Drunk Poison. There's a level at which I don't understand it.
Anybody.
No, you know what I mean? I mean
Anyone.
based off like
Yeah.
the response. Oh my god, you know what I meant.
You
Oh
are
my
alive,
God,
and
I'm the
therefore-
worst. I'm never speaking again.
I know the Drunk is an outsider, but I'm not talking about the situation where the Drunk is an outsider. I'm talking about drunk townsfolk. The Vortox can be, especially in Sex and Violence, you have a lot of drunk townsfolk due to sweetheart drunkenness, philosopher drunkenness, etc. Right? Yeah, so Curb, that's what it says. So go, but like the official Blood on the Clocktower quiz disagrees, right? On how you run Sex and Violence. No, honestly, Cammy, I think it's more fundamental than that. I think it's more fundamental than just the Drunk versus Drunk. Because Sex and Violence doesn't have a character called the Drunk. I understand I think I get what you're getting at. I don't think that that's actually the crux of the issue. The crux of the issue is, does a drunk player have an ability? I mean, honestly, it's the rules might make more sense if the drunk player's ability simply malfunction, right? Can malfunction. That actually might, if I were writing the rules, that's how I would write it. But the way they are currently, but the way it's currently written actually creates a lot of problems and some really kind of weird interactions. So in the official manual. Yeah, and to be clear, like, I call this like Blood in the Clocktower lawyering. One thing that's cool about Clocktower is that, unlike the law, theoretically you don't need precedent like an American American case law, right? Like, I could go and read the law of American case law of like, here's this statute and blah blah blah, and I'm not a lawyer, and I'll read it and I'll be like, yeah, this says I could do this, that's fine. But that's not the end of the story. Look, I was like, no, Christian, I can cite case X, Y, and Z plus C versus whatever, and it says that actually this has been interpreted more broadly, or this law is unenforceable because of prior statutes, right? You have to know case. You have to do case law. Clocktower, you don't have to do that. I should be able to go straight at the source of the rules and get a ruling. Hey, Cammy, Christian would love to see a Christian spy game as well. Christian would desperately like to have a Christian spy game. We almost had one last time, but I did not properly coordinate with James. James was the spy, and I was on his team, and I did not properly coordinate with him. I really should have done a better job. I feel like I blew it. We had a poison spy game. Him, me, Owen. It would have been fun, but we didn't pull it together. Yeah. So anyway, Curb, I appreciate you hopping this. I'm glad you're actively engaged in the discussion. This is great. I am currently unsatisfied by any of these answers. This is like when Jeff Probst said that tie votes, you can re-vote when you have a differential, like because Stan lost his vote, you can revote in what episode, whatever. It's like that all over again. My life is thrown upside down.
That's on me. No.
Was the old timer's name Terry Bollea?
You know what? No, I
Looks like we're still getting started here, so I'm gonna rant some more. And I think this is unusual because the game otherwise has beautifully handled all of these edge cases. Like, I think that honestly, the thing that would make everything resolve is that if you just change the text of drunken/poisonous to specifically describe that they have an ability that does not work properly and carves out the thing for false information and can give a good information, right? So, like, if they rewrite the rule, the text of drunkenness and poison, this is all resolved. And the rule is exactly as it is on the Blood in the Clocktower thing, which says, you know, that the Vortox it would make sense the Vortox would trump drunkenness, right? So, drunk as written in the rule says a drunk player has no ability. Same thing with poison. Same thing with poison. They're exactly the same, except they're just one's a good source, one's an evil source. And a drunk or poison player has no ability, but a storyteller acts as if they do. That's right, and that's what gives the storyteller license to lie to them, if it's an information role. And also, it also carves out the fact that things like protection and kills and all the actual mechanical things that happen just don't work because they don't actually have an ability. Oh, we're getting other roles here. All right. So, right, friends, we are the Slayer. Let's listen to everybody.
I'm like,
Are you?
All right.
I feel like all of their names feel rude for me to say that you would be one of them. But I feel
no, fire away.
I feel like you give off some Spanky vibes.
Everyone sees a role of some kind, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Sammy sometimes tells me I look like alfalfa in the morning.
Yeah.
I was literally just gonna say you might be alfalfa.
You might be.
All the time. This is an every morning thing.
Good night.
Every morning.
All right. So we are the Slayer. We don't get to wake up at night. Okay. Steven, Sammy sent a message, but they wouldn't know they're evil yet. So I'm trying to think I think this might be a first time Slayer for me. Might be first time Slayer. So what is there to do? What is there to do, friends? So for Slayer here, all we can do is come up with some bluffs in case we want to do if we want to give out 3 rolls. I don't think we needed to hide Slayer too much. We don't have to be too cute by half on this one. It'd just be good to have it would be good to have to provide some cover of anonymity for people who want to avoid being caught. So we want to provide some cover for things like our fortune teller. I think it might be cool to say, put the fortune teller as one of our... Might be a little too obvious that we are not the fortune teller if we say we could be the fortune teller. People might think we're trying to double bluff. It's fine. All right. And so fortune teller is something that would want to be killed. Slayer is something, yeah, it'd be nice to kill, and not too bad to kill if they're the evil team. And maybe we'll throw out a mayor. Fortune teller, mayor, and Slayer, someone that they wouldn't want to shoot at because it would deflect. Okay. Not too bad. Let's see, is anyone talking? Fishback sent me a message. Sup? Not much. Have a fun time. Forward to losing to you. Make sure you can see everything. Let's try to get all this going. And while we're at it, let's get some mystery music going on. Sorry. I realize my hotkeys are multi-factored here. Gotta change my hotkey settings. It'll change my browser tabs. Let's put it on here. Sorry, that's really funny. Christian, if you're the drunk after all this, that would be hilarious. That would be so funny. Oh, no. Just hedging. Because you almost beat... Oh. Because of last time. Right. Yeah, Don't Run, you're talking about. Don't Run says that they like to just vibe it out with Slayer and take a shot on someone that just feels like not bad. Not bad. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, because that's you can play off the suspicions. I mean, because oh man, there's like one game I played in person. The only game I ever played in person. Sorry, we'll get this going here. I'm gonna try to adjust my settings a little bit. I know the problem is I'm kind of dynamic in how I move around, and I want to be able to move around, but the microphone only picks up things kind of close, so I'll have to kind of grab it, and I have to stay within the frame of the camera. This is the poor Survivor camera people have to deal with all the time. I'm always moving around. How they boom mic me, it's a challenge. But I played in person, and it was a sex and violence game. Hell of a thing to jump in for your first in-person game. But I thought I did a good job, actually. First day, someone claims... Oh.
List.
Stunning turn of
All right.
All right, we can.
Hello.
Hello, Steven. How you doing?
How are you?
Doing all right. Doing all right. Are you evil?
Yeah, I am. Are you evil too?
Yes, we're both evil. We're minions together.
Oh, wow.
It's great.
You
Actually,
what's the minion where like you don't even know you're a minion? I'm here to tell you you're that minion.
oh, the marionette? Yeah, I'm the marionette.
You're the
Fantastic.
marionette. I am the
All right.
yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, in all seriousness, so anything you want, you're prepared to share 3 for 3, or what do you want to do today?
I am not prepared to share. Well, I mean, I'm prepared to do 3 for 3, but
Okay. Me too. I am as well.
okay. I am. You want to start?
Sure, I can start.
Yeah.
Sure. I am either the mayor, the fortune teller, or the slayer.
Now I know that you are inclined to not actually give your real 3. I've seen that. I've seen the video.
Yeah.
I know that you won't necessarily give your real 3. So I will tell you, I am either the fortune teller, the empath, or the slayer.
Empath, Steven.
But I know that your
Empath,
3 for 3
Slayer.
are often not your real 3, Christian.
That is something that has happened in the past, but I might be fine this time. So I do notice 2 of ours overlap, which is interesting.
Yeah. Well, so I mean, I'm one. I know what you're not. I'll say that.
Yeah. I think we're reciprocal on that. Well, I'll tell you. Let's filter around. It sounds like we don't have let's have a little bit of trust here. But we can move on here. But I think
I have reason to believe that you're not a baddie, and so I'm
Okay.
willing to, or you're not, the baddie.
Okay.
So I'm willing to like start to lay down a foundation here. But
sounds good. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
We got people back.
Who's,
Everyone's back
All
at the same time.
All right.
Oh,
Look at that.
oh my god.
Oh, so fast.
Joffa wanted.
Question.
Sammy,
Hello.
how you doing? What's going on?
I'm so good. How are you?
Doing all right. Shouting Sammy that loud activated my Siri on my devices. So.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. All right.
I love that.
All right. So yeah, anything you want to share? Or you want to do anything, or just gonna go on vibes today?
I'm so sorry, Christian. I owe you an apology too.
Why?
Because well, not to get too deep, but like as a as a traumatized child, I feel like my whole childhood was like me trying to read the room. And so I don't always have logic behind it. And I feel like I pointed a finger at you last time we played, and that was not my intention.
That's
Because
not
you
fine.
played really well.
No,
it was
no,
just
no. No. And to be
I
clear,
heard you.
if I was frustrated, I think this is all fine. No, there's nothing to apologize for, Sammy. No, what was frustrating to me is that whenever I play these games, I'm much better at good than I am as evil, because people are like, Christian tries to solve the game when he's good. He does it when he's evil. And I was like, I talked to my chat, and I'm like, look, this time I'm gonna solve this game. I'm the imp, but I'm gonna solve this game. I'm gonna be active. And people around the room are like, oh yeah, Christian's trying to solve the game, and Sammy's like, I don't like how much he's talking. I'm like, I can't win. I can't win. And it's nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with you. It's nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with you at all.
Because you were quiet in the round before, or quieter in the round before. Like literally, that was the only difference for me.
It's nothing. No, I'm not mad at you. No, what it tells me is that the challenge of trying to balance the expectations of many different groups, and that's just the nature of the game. I feel like Jeff Probst right now. Isn't that what makes Survivor so complicated? So made it so complicated. That's what goes on. Anyway, so no worries. Go on. Yeah.
Oh well, no. I will say this because I am like horrible at a 3 for 3. I don't get night one info.
No night one.
Is what I will say.
No night one info.
But
Okay,
I'm a townsfolk.
Okay. Well, all right. So I'll give you my 3 then. I think it'll be the cleanest thing for me to give you. Okay.
Okay.
So you're townsfolk, not outsider. No night one info for Sammy. Okay. I am a fortune teller, mayor, slayer.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay. All right. Sounds good,
Awesome.
Sammy.
All right.
Apology
I'm
not
gonna find
necessary. Okay. All right. Good luck.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Okay. Thanks, Christian. Bye.
Bye.
Folks at home, what's up, guys?
Hey there, Jake.
We wanna-
Wow, Jake.
We had 20. We can do this 23 seconds, Jake.
Okay. Yes.
Yes. All right, Jake. Good to
All
see
right.
you. Go.
I do not have night one information. It's weird going to reveal. I don't have it. Last time it was easy. I had information shared. This time I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know about you. I think it's better for the townspeople if my information is.
That's totally fine. That's fine. I'll give you my 3. Okay.
Sure. I can give you 3 as well.
Okay. All right. Fortune teller, mayor, slayer.
Okay. So, monk, virgin, raven keeper.
Monk, virgin. Thank you.
All right. See ya.
Yeah. Okay. I got about 16 pages of scribbled notes here. I gotta.
We love that.
All right. That'll be useless by the end when I'm like, it's
Not
probably
worried,
Steven.
outta here.
Welcome
It's
back.
probably
everyone.
Steven. Is that what I heard?
No, it's what?
What?
There's
Not sorry.
8 live. Feel free to talk.
What do you have 16 pages of notes about, Christian?
It's me just typing the letter. I'm scared.
I would have guessed robots. That's what I would have guessed. 16 pages of notes.
Does anybody have any outsider claim or claims from other people?
I've heard maybe either third hand or second hand of an outsider claim, but I don't know how. I have zero reliability off for that. Someone has said that there is an existence of an outsider to me. I don't know if that person was claiming someone else told them just to like launder their own information, or so I don't know how reliable that is. But someone has mentioned the existence of an outsider.
Okay.
I've also heard about the existence of an outsider, that being the drunk. I don't know if there's any
library. Oh, that would have to be a librarian paying, right? That's the only way that makes sense.
Or a drunk librarian.
Right.
Or
Either way,
poison librarian.
or poison drunk.
Poison librarian.
My only concern was, would Dwight actually give solid info on who the drunk is?
But it's 3 people who could be drunk, right? Either of the pings or the librarian themselves.
True.
So it's like a lot. Actually, adds a lot of misinformation.
But so, does anyone have an outsider claim besides drunk?
If there is a librarian, like, what is the rationale
that
for
is
not sharing that info now? Like, why not get as much info out as possible in this before we do our first?
That's really fair. Can I, Jofo? You just, Jofo, you asked if anybody else, because then that's, we would think maybe a baron, or
Right,
one,
because
or the
if
drunk is a lie, or it's wrong.
Right, because if there's a true outsider, then what that means is that that I'm assuming it. I don't know who it is.
If
but
there's any
the
outsiders that
Terrence
can say it,
information is
yeah.
poison.
All right,
as
I think you're right,
opposed to-
because I can't do anything else in the game. So I learned that either Christian or Jofo is the drunk.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, again, that's either like I'm drunk or poisoned.
Right.
Yeah. Or yeah.
And it was either me or Christian that was the
Yeah.
drunk.
Yeah.
Okay.
and so if there's no other outsider claims, then one of them is well, okay. Technically, Grace could also be poisoned, right? And then
Yeah.
none of them could be the drunk, and there
None
could
of them
still be
could be-
another drunk.
Right. So
So-
if there is another outsider, that would lock down that Grace's information was poisoned.
Or that there's a Baron.
yeah,
I would like to
Or there's
nominate
a Baron.
Jake.
Grace is nominated Jake. Grace accusing guys. Let me go sleep.
Oh.
Whoa,
Ooh.
Hey, that's
Whoa.
great. That was perfect,
that's
right?
great.
That's great.
Great.
Yeah, no, that's
That's
great
awesome.
information.
I am.
I tried, Jake. I tried.
No, yeah.
It
Jake-
also
Jake-
said-
Jake-
But that was beneficial for us.
not
Jake-
the Grace is not the drunk.
You're not the drunk.
And that means I'm not the drunk then either.
Right.
Correct. So the one thing we know mechanically is impossible is that Drake, or at least that we know Jake must be the virgin. That is literally the only thing we know for sure.
And then I'm
Librarian.
well,
Yeah.
well.
That's not true. That's not true.
Yeah.
She could be.
it only means I'm the townsfolk. Is that right?
No, it also means you could be the spy. That you could be faking
I-
all
Oh,
of
yeah,
your
yeah.
librarian information, and
Yep.
you should have nominated him as a spy. And you knew that it
Wow.
would work.
I love how smart you think I am.
You played this bait. You're the one who brought
Hey,
Clocktower to
hey.
RHAP like over a year ago.
Yeah, we played on just the random RHAP room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Grace, I will not allow you to down talk yourself.
That's totally fair. I love it. What did?
All right. Okay. That was my literal think. That two things that Grace could have done. What they could be the spy, or she could be the spy. And I want to know that whether or not Grace talked to Jake or Jake talked to Grace. Yeah. So Jake is definitely the virgin. Also, what Grace just did was ended the day. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I think there's a very non crazy chance that Grace is the spy. Also, Sammy doing the conversation with me could have been genuine, also could have been filibustering. I agree. I'm looking at some of the things. So, yeah, so I think that, honestly, I'm looking at a lot of things that are happening. There are three things that make me think that Grace could be the spy. So, again, I don't want to tunnel too much on that. So question is, like, drunk. Could be either either drunk. Put the claim of librarian. I don't necessarily buy it. Just putting down the claim of librarian. Sam. So, Steven put down FT, Empath, Slayer. I mean, Steven directly implied it was the Fortune Teller. It's like, I know you're not the baddie. Sammy, custom note, Monk, Virgin, definitely not the case, and the Raven Keeper. That's a weird set of things, unless she wants to be targeted, right? All those things are like, please, please target me in the night. But it is kind of odd. I'm going to ask Jake. Jake, did Grace ask to talk to you or the other way around? I'm not talking with. Plus she ended the. I'm talking to Jake and saying. Plus she ended the day. I apologize. I'm bad at talk and type at the same time. So plus she. So I'm talking about Grace with Jake. Plus she ended the day without discussion by jumping on you. And Grace knows enough to know the spy would proc the virgin. Sounds good. Yeah, I do not let Grace's is like, oh, I think I'm that good. No, come on. Don't give that to me, Grace. All right, let's see what y'all talk about. Steven talking to me about. By dud, you mean hilarious. So Steven's trying to get me to think that I could be the drunk. Which would be a weird thing. I mean, if he knows I'm the Slayer, like it's not a crazy thing to just miss as the drunk, right? Yeah, it's an interesting logic by Steven. I think he's trying to read into the drunk thing. I don't know anything about Jofo. We'll talk with Jofo, see what's going on. Yeah, I don't have a lot. See, here we're back.
Jake died tonight.
All right.
And one second as well, because someone's hopping in here.
Oh, traveler! Oh boy!
Oh.
Uh-oh, here comes trouble.
I've been no, here comes travel, Stephen. Please, don't pronounce it.
No, just random.
I nominate Mike for exile.
Number 1 through 8.
I wouldn't trust myself.
Yeah.
7. Okay.
That haircut.
Thief. Hey there, Jake. Okay,
Hey.
so yeah, tell me what you're thinking. I think I made my thoughts pretty clear over text.
Yeah. So my thought was I'll just say everything that happened last round. I spoke to you, Jofo, and Steven.
Yep.
I told Jofo and I did not exchange any information. I told Steven the same 3 roles that I told you, and Steven was pushing, out yourself as a virgin that could like prove to townspeople, right? So I don't know, and I did see Steven hop in with Grace, and I think Steven strongly guessed I was the virgin, and I think he then talked to Grace right after and told her to do that. I mean, that doesn't really.
The thing is, Grace would already know because she would have to be the spy for any of us to work. Because only the spy could register as good and therefore die upon execution. So in the world where Grace is evil, she has to be the spy and therefore would already know. Now it's possible she already coordinated with that Steven. Now I'm talking. So I'm the Slayer, by the way. So just so you know,
Okay.
You're 100% good. I have no reason not to give you everything. So Steven, sorry, a second here. But Steven has been he's not been engaging with me in these texts at all about Grace. He's trying to say, well, maybe you could, it doesn't make sense that you'd be drunk. He is talking about how it doesn't make sense that I can be drunk. Maybe it could be Jofo be the drunk. To me, like the fact that Grace also ended the day without discussion and Grace knows the rules of this. That's like, we didn't get to talk about much, right? Just ended the day. So I think, so I feel, so what does that implicate? Does it implicate Steven? And if I'm the Slayer, should I just shoot Steven? Because like if we think that we're in cahoots, I could just shoot Steven. I had a conversation with Sammy. We had a personal conversation about a lot of stuff, but could just been filibustering about stuff for all I know.
Yeah.
So I don't feel great about Sammy or Fishback right now.
Yeah, I don't feel good about Fishback either.
Okay, let's filter around. Let's filter around there, okay, Jake?
What was that?
I want to filter around. We'll talk.
Yes,
this is great. Let's go. Okay.
Yeah.
Making it. Okay, interesting. Hi.
Hello. You're good, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So here's the deal. Have you been? Grace out of nowhere nominated Jake yesterday, early in the day, and died via the Virgin. So this gives me all kinds of spy nonsense vibes to me. So
interesting. Okay.
That's just catching up on my thoughts, and also the fact, she's claiming to have a role that has first night information, which is easy for a spy to claim. So right now, Grace is high on my suspected, killed herself to gain credibility for town. Apparently, she spoke with Steven right before she did that, so put Steven a little bit on my list. I talked with Sammy. Nothing much to say about that.
Did she give away what her night one information was, or did she just?
Yes, she claims that either me or Jofo are the drunk via her librarian ability. So now, honestly, we haven't heard a rumor of any other outsider at this point, so it tells me that there is a drunk, but she could be misdirecting us as to who is the drunk.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Almost like, I mean, I guess the librarian would manufacture kind of 50-50 to be like, well, because that's an easy way to also get rid of both of you by being like, well, if it's one of you, then let's just, vote out 2 people.
Did you thief anyone yet?
No, Dwight said because I came in late, I have to do it tomorrow night. If I get the chance to.
Okay.
Y'all might be an exile happy bunch.
All right. Well,
All right. Very interesting to know though about that's weird. That's very odd.
Yeah. So I mean, if I were thieving anyone, it would be Grace, but that's just me. But who knows?
Would that be a waste because of the dead vote, or do you think?
I have no idea. I'm trying to think. If you want to be safe, you could choose a dead player. If you could choose a dead player, I would choose her. Anyway, I'm going to filter around. I'm going to talk to people.
No, please go ahead. Thank you.
Bye.
Mike, have you just been hanging out?
Hi. I'm getting nothing off of Taryn here, but Taryn also getting nothing off of me, so I think it's a little bit of an impasse.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
So, Steven, tell me what do you think of yesterday?
What do I think of it?
Yeah, was nothing interesting happen yesterday? Was it boring nothing yesterday, or did you have any takeaways from the events of yesterday that proc one know-it-all brain?
Well, I mean, I agree with Taryn that Grace is telling the truth. Jake is the virgin. I think there's a chance I was poisoned last night. Here, can I talk to Christian?
Sure.
I'm not totally on the. Okay. Hi, Christian. Can I just tell you who I am? Because I think that I got to trust you here. I think you're. Okay.
Are you the fortune teller?
I'm the fortune teller.
Okay.
And the first night I did you and Sammy and got a no.
Okay.
The second night I did myself and Taryn and got a yes.
Okay.
So I thought I would do myself to, just see if I'm my own red herring. I guess I would do myself and you again tonight. But like Taryn was being super cagey when I was talking to him, and he was like, "I got sense of misinformation. I heard that Jake was bad. Now I think he's not bad."
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit suspicious of Taryn.
Okay.
But I also don't know. Like he was being so cagey about it. I was like, "Oh, are you claiming the empath?" And he was like, "I'm not claiming anything." I'm like, what? Like, give me something here.
Okay, I mean, I would say in the town square, like, I don't buy the Grace thing. She did it right. She did it so early, we didn't get a chance to talk much. So, and Grace knows these rules, so I don't buy this at all. Like, I'm not why she knows what happens with.
We gotta go.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it yet, and Angela actually watched it, and she said she enjoyed it. So I think I'm gonna watch it tonight.
It's cute. It's fun.
Yeah, I saw the Watch podcast. I think they like eviscerated it, which is unfortunate. But like, it's also maybe not meant for them.
I don't even know who they are.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're back. Wait, or is Dwight now talking? Dwight's talking with Grace. Okay. Sorry, we don't have the storyteller.
All right. Hello.
I needed a rules clarification.
It's really, that's really important for the librarian to have, right?
Yeah.
7 players alive, 6 plus a traveler. The traveler is, by the way, the thief. They did not use their ability last night, so there's no thief power.
Oh, it becomes publicly known. I guess that has to happen, right? You would do the math on it.
Yeah. But Mike joined during the day, so Mike did not choose anybody last night.
Got it.
But Mike is aware of his alignment.
So, do we have any information about other outsiders beyond this alleged drunk?
Not that I've heard.
Nothing you heard?
I mean, I think it's reasonable to assume that there is a real drunk.
I want to make sure it's before we start building off that chain. So now will be the time. Sounds like no one. So let's assume that it's a drunk. Okay. I don't necessarily buy that it's me or Jofo necessarily. On top of the fact that Grace has the power that could be spoofed by, it has a bluff that could be spoofed by the spy. I also find it very suspicious that Grace just nominated immediately, ended the day. Any discussion we could have had the rest of that day, and you knew that he was claiming to be the virgin. You knew it would be end the day.
I didn't know that. I did not know that.
Why'd you nominate Jake then?
If you didn't know, then why would you nominate him?
Because there was information.
Yeah. I had reason to think that it was useful for me to nominate Jake.
There was information that Jake was bad, which is part of why I think there's also probably a poisoner.
I did not know that Jake was the virgin. Just to clarify.
Jake, is that true? Did you not?
You
Did
can-
you not?
I
talk
didn't.
to-
I didn't talk to Grace. I did not
Okay.
tell.
You can
Okay.
tell me. I could be. You know, it might be, but I'm
Okay,
not.
so
lying.
the
I did
three
not.
ways that there could be someone who's claimed that knew that Jake was bad would be an empath read off Christian or Taryn, right? There could be a fortune teller ping, or there could be an investigator ping. And so if there isn't an investigator, perhaps that person wants to come forward.
I don't think that's what led to it.
Okay.
None of the above. Wait, so
Taryn-
Taryn, you're saying that there might be a poisoner because there's only one minion, right? And Christian's been
Right.
talking up and down about there being a spy.
Christian,
Yeah.
yeah, but the other way that Christian, I don't think you're wrong in the sense that like not thinking that you or Jofo might not be the drunk is could be true because I was poisoned.
But there are people that are, so there could be a poisoner and there could be a drunk potentially in play. I mean, obviously I'm going to be curious about the information that led people to think that Jake is bad and therefore people were poisoned as a consequence. I'd be curious about that. Also, let's keep in mind, lies can be involved in such a deduction.
Actually, I think as I'm talking through it, I actually don't. I think if there's a poisoner in the game, it makes no sense that I could have been poisoned.
Really?
I agree with that.
Nominations are open, by the way.
You could have been poisoned. No, that doesn't make sense. You're right. Okay. Because, yeah.
Well,
Why?
Well, you could have been
it could have
poisoned.
been a lie. It could have been
So
the information I got could have been a
we know
lie.
Jake was
right?
good. So if
Yeah.
there was a negative ping on Jake and it wasn't an investigator ping, then, well, how do we know then? And we know Grace is a townsfolk, so it would have to be poisoned info, unless it was a fortune teller and a red herring.
Which then says that I'm not poisoned. Like my information is not like. And again, Christian, you're right. Like this is my belief that I was not then I was not poisoned, and therefore one of you or Jofo is the drunk.
Okay. All right.
Unless
Let's move on to other topics.
Is it possible that the info about Jake was a lie? That someone said,
Yes.
"Hey, Jake
Yes,
is
that is very possible.
yeah, that Jake is." Well,
In which case, that came from Taryn.
okay. I'm a little suspicious of Taryn myself. I have reason to be.
He seemed to indicate as such when he left the conversation.
Yeah.
Second
that was
call for
a big
nomination.
conversation.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll just say it because I'm either the drunk or I'm being poisoned. I think is the most likely explanation. I am the empath. Night 1, I got a 1 between Jake and Grace. I told Grace I got a 1 between Jake and Grace. I assume that's why Grace nominated Jake.
That's why I
Uh,
nominated Jake, not because I thought
I
Jake was.
assumed as much.
Grace
Okay.
discovered that Jofo or Christian is the drunk. If Grace had correct information, then that means I'm not the drunk. But we know that Grace and Jake must be good unless Grace is the spy. But I really don't think she's the spy. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And also, like, why would Dwight even give me a 1 if
Right.
she was the spy? So that means that Grace's information is either correct and I was poisoned, or Grace was poisoned and I'm the drunk. Either way, there has to be a poisoner. In
It'd
my
be
eyes.
incredibly difficult to believe that Grace is the spy and you are the empath. Those two
Right.
things together don't make sense, even if you were poisoned.
Or there's a world where Taryn is just lying. and
Exactly.
yeah.
That's the if statement.
That's
if
always
they're
there.
both the case. There, one is the one that if he's the empath, then Grace
Can I-
can't be the spy.
Can I say then this whole thing though? I do feel like I know like Christian, you were like, let's go into new information, which I think was fair, and I think we're gonna get to the end of this. We're probably gonna have to end the round, but we've really talked about nobody on the other side of the board.
Yeah,
It's
let's
just
talk about other things. Let's talk about
is
other things.
my fear.
Now,
Yeah.
So I just want to quickly say, for the record, last night I also got a 1, and unless my chat's lying to me, that does not include Jake, who died. in the
I
last
asked
would
Dwight
be
about that, and it
yeah.
doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
A lie.
it would be
Jofo
me.
and
That would be me.
Christian.
It's actually you
Right.
and Jofo now.
Yeah.
But there's a chance I'm still either drunk or poisoned.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think there's a chance you're drunk because then Grace wouldn't get her information, so it would have to be you were poisoned.
What I'm saying,
Uh-oh.
Oh.
What
Oh.
he's saying?
no.
Oh.
Okay,
If
yeah.
he's still got a 1, that
Okay.
kind of coincides.
That was
If he's-
ominous.
If he's still got a 1, that kind of coincides with the information that Grace had earlier that either Christian or Jofo is.
I
No,
would-
no, because the 1 is about who's bad. So,
Last call for
Oh,
nominations, by the way.
Last call for
Um,
nominations.
My only thing
Yeah, I'll
is
nominate
Owen and
Steven.
Steven. Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
All right, Taryn nominates Steven. Tell me why.
purely vibes, I'm not gonna lie. It was just a really weird conversation.
I agree that. Well, okay, let me give. I mean, I might as well give my thoughtful. No. Okay. What do you think, Christian? Should I just come out with it?
This is the vibes. These are the vibes I'm talking about.
There are based
got
on
the
what he's
same
told me,
vibes.
there are reasons he might not want to say so. But like, there's a poisoner in play, and we can draw the poison off. I don't know. It's up to you, Steven. You have some you have things that you can share. I think that could help help.
I have
illuminate the
reason
town.
to be suspicious of what Taryn is saying. I don't know. I think that could be poisoned information. I don't know if it's so. When I was speaking to Taryn, I went in already suspicious of him, and he was very, very cagey. He was like, there's something to say about Jake, and someone maybe said Jake was bad, and like super vague information. And I was like, okay, like I basically laid out the exact same things that I said here in town. That means this is one of these possibilities. Are you saying it's, are you saying the empath? No, I wouldn't say I'm the empath. I'm not saying anything. And like, we never got to the point of actually.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest, Steven. That's if I were the empath and I got a 1, I would say I'm not. I mean, you're attributing a voice to Taryn that I don't recognize, but like but the things that he's saying in that case are ways that I would say if I were the empath.
I felt like I was giving good information. I would like
You've
gave
been
him almost
cagey about it.
everything, and
You
he
said,
was
like,
so
there's reason to
cagey
think,
back.
like, I did not feel that way about you, to be honest. Like,
I
I
gave
felt like
everything
you
except for my own role.
But no, but I asked you, do you want to share any kind of information? And you said, you basically were like, I'm not.
I said I think that there must be a poisoner based on the information. You said what information? I said, well, I think there was reason to believe Jake might be bad, but he was clearly the virgin, which means that source of information is either also drunk or poisoned. And you then tried to like deduce my role from that, and I was like, I really don't need to deduce roles here. And then you wouldn't give me anything of yours role.
I'm trying to figure out why that information is the case that it is. So like, I have reason to suspect that Taryn is a baddie. Okay, I'm the fortune teller. My first night ping was on Christian and Sammy. I got a no. My second night ping was on myself and Taryn. I got a yes. So either he's the red herring or he's lying. So I don't think like, or I was poisoned last night. So that's why I went in a little bit suspicious of him. I was trying to suss him out. I felt like he was cagey. The fact that he's like casting a lot of like negative information on people, to me, like who are provably good, to me suggests that maybe he's a baddie.
Who's provably good?
All right. Anything else pertinent before I run this?
Not casting
long discussion.
Well, you did beforehand, right? You said, oh, it could be. I mean, now you're not.
How likely is he to get reliable information from here on out? He's the out fortune teller. Like, and that's
anything else?
Yeah, if there's a poisoner, they're probably gonna keep poisoning me. Or they could stop, and I just wouldn't trust my information.
The thing is, we either moving on to Steven or they're going to poison lock you.
Yeah, it's chicken between you two.
They got to do one of us.
I'm going to run this vote now four.
Unless we kill him.
Takes 4 votes.
Unless we kill him.
Running it.
Do I vote, Dwight? I can't remember if my vote counts.
You're allowed to vote.
Okay.
One's not enough.
I'm telling you guys, you weren't there at the conversation.
I'm going to nominate Taryn.
Hey, I tried to enter that room so much.
Okay, tell me why.
Well, and as soon as Christian came, I was like, I'm out of here because I felt like it was super suspicious, Taryn. I'm going to nominate Taryn for all the reasons I basically said. And if he is a poison locked empath, which is what he's now claiming, I think that there's every reason to kill him because he's going to continue.
Well, at the very least, I'm eating up the poison.
What?
At the very least, I'm eating up the poison.
That's fair.
Get rid of me, they're going to poison someone else.
I don't know if that's the best reason to keep someone alive. So
have you ever heard of a
I got a
sin eater?
super
That's
5
what
off him.
Taryn is
It was
off.
a yes on my ping. So I think there's reason to kill him unless there's a good reason to kill somebody else. And
Can you remind me, Steve, just very quickly we can do this after, who you got? We'll do it.
Christian and Sammy, I got a no. And then myself and Taryn, I got a yes.
Taryn, your defense.
I think Steven's bad. That's my defense. He was stumbling over his words. I don't think he's acting very Steven-like.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you. That's nice.
Anything else pertinent before I run this vote?
Couldn't it be true that based on the nights that they were poisoned, they both have slightly accurate information?
I thought there was a world where I was getting poisoned last night too. Maybe
in the world where you were poisoned last night, then I could still be drunk.
And you're right. No, then you're. Oh, you could no.
Or not. I mean,
or not.
You could have gotten.
And then one of Jofo or
last
Christian
night.
are evil, right?
I'm going to run this vote for Taryn now.
And there's a world where you got accurate information last night and I got inaccurate information last night. But like,
I meant to ask. While the vote's running, can I just ask Christian and?
Yeah, I'm going to run this vote now.
If you've gotten any information that leads you to believe he might be drunk.
I have no indication at this point that would either confirm or deny that I'm drunk. Okay. What I do want to do is start focusing on this side of the board. We've heard. I want to start talking with Sammy and Owen over here. I want to know. I want to know what they think and why.
Yeah. By the way, you have like a minute because it's been a super long day.
Don't all speak at once.
I don't get info yet. So I don't have a lot of info, and I've only talked to, really night one I talked to Owen and you, Christian, and the 3 that you gave me, I don't know which of the 3 would be true. And then night 2, I talked to Grace, Jofo, Owen in one room, but I kept trying to chat people and people weren't chatting back. I will say I've been trying to send Fishback messages in the chat, and he's like very sporadically responding, but I don't know if it's like, that's weird to
And
me.
that's
I don't
weird.
know
He
why.
might just be a bad
form of
texter.
communication.
Especially
Yeah,
since
just talking about how we wanted people to be sending
I
envelopes.
didn't
I'm
want
gonna
to
nominate
and be
myself.
like, here's what I am. You know, I told one person, which was Christian, and I didn't want to tell more people until I told the whole town.
Shortcuts are disabled though.
Yeah,
folks,
Jofo,
just so
go
you
ahead.
know.
Okay, Jofo's nominated Jofo. Jofo, tell me why.
With my role, if there's potential that I'm drunk, my role is pretty useless. And if we could get, if Taryn's getting good information, or if Taryn's getting actual information and he's the empath, then it's good to just me not be in the way. So why not?
Will Taryn get information about Bloom?
Yes.
Yes.
He's a neighbor, not a player.
Yeah.
Oh wait, is
Wait.
it a yes or no? Actually, I
It
don't know.
should be yes, because
he does.
he is your neighbor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything else pertinent before I run this vote for Jofo?
Okay.
All right.
I'm okay with this, Joe. Oh, well, I'm gonna leave it at 4.
4 versus 4 on the block.
Noble of you, Jofo.
Sorry I wasn't answering your messages, Sammy.
Actually, Owen and Sammy, I wish you had voted differently.
Well, he nominated himself.
All right.
I know.
I would like to make a nomination.
All right, go for
I
it.
would like to nominate Owen
Tell me why.
We know nothing about Owen.
because I know nothing about Owen, and I would like to hear.
you
I would like to force Owen to speak.
Yeah,
That is the
we
reason.
we know nothing about
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Owen, you're being
That's-
forced to speak.
Yes, I am beneficial to town, and quite a handful of people know what I'm doing. I've mostly talked to the same people Sammy's talked to. We kind of have been in the same conversations, but yeah, I mean,
Do you have any impressions of those conversations, or else I'm going to vote?
one more time.
Do you have any impressions of those conversations that you want to share?
Well, my impressions is that there's reason to be wary of you and Steven based on the purported.
I've been accusing
empath-
Steven. I've been lately accusing Steven of being evil in these conversations out in the public.
No, I
right
know,
now.
I know. I was contemplating voting for Steven because I did think it was strange that if he is the fortune teller who saw a no on Sammy, ostensibly he would want to talk to her and open up and potentially. But she was telling me she got some weird vibes from him. So, yeah.
I told
thought it was-
one person who I was. I thought it was like I didn't want to tell 2 people. I just felt like it was getting.
Why
out of
wouldn't you
The
tell
weird
the
part
people that
is
you
that
know
Steven
are
won't
good?
answer my messages. Were those the weird?
But anyway,
Anything
I
else
am
pertinent
beneficial
before I
to
run the vote?
town, and it would not be helpful to kill me.
Anything else
You,
pertinent before I
you
run
don't
this
have
vote?
any info yet?
No, I do not get any.
Right,
but-
I'm gonna run this vote for Owen. It takes 4 votes to tie, 5 to execute.
Chad, I see you. I think I agree.
That's not enough. I'm
I
gonna
did
end
like the move, Christian.
I would like to I like to claim Slayer and
Oh.
shoot Steven.
Great. Christian's claiming Slayer and shooting Steven Fishback. What's your weapon of choice?
That crossbow in front of me right now.
You picked up a crossbow in front of you, and unfortunately it's quite rusted and old, and it doesn't work properly, and nothing happens.
Well, now I've got tetanus.
That's it.
That's the true
The slow
killer.
insidious
You'll be
way.
dead. You'll be dead to 6 to 10 rounds. Okay.
All right. With that, Jofo has been executed and does die. Good night.
And now there's no real way to know whether either of them is drunk, right? They both have drunk rolls that like
Yeah.
could have been. Oh, gosh.
So Jofo, would you mind sharing what that was? I
I
didn't
was the
hear-
mayor.
Oh, you were the mayor. Okay.
And so obviously we weren't going to take that risk at final 3.
No,
There's
no, we're not. If
people
there's a
on
chance,
drugs, so just
that's actually good reasoning. That's really
get
good
me out of
reasoning.
the way. Yep.
Got here. Yeah, so Owen says he has not gotten information. So there's non-information. He's a non-information role. Looking at the characters here, none of the top 4. Could be. He says you want to keep him alive. Could be Monk. Could be Monk. There's something that rules out Monk of what he said. Ravenkeeper is something that could be ruled out. There's plenty of things. Soldiers are the other option. So it's either Monk, Ravenkeeper, Soldier. And he's not going to claim something that isn't already out there. So it's going to be one of those things he's going to say anyway. So, anyway. Yes. All right. Get Sammy sending big messages. Yeah, I could have been, honestly, it makes some sense that I am the drunk slayer. And if I'm the drunk slayer, because that would cast doubt on the mayor and create the exact situation. We don't trust the mayor, we don't trust me. And it makes more sense to make me drunk. And Steven's trying to convince me I'm not drunk. So that means, so Owen could be Monk Soldier. One you want to target, one you don't, which is great. That's great for him. If he's in fact those things. Okay, we got to start generating hypotheses here. I don't know what's gonna. I think that it's possible that. See, I thought Jake had told Grace he is the virgin. Grace and Taryn. I mean, honestly, so let me give my honest opinion. What's the way Steven described what Taryn did? I mean, Taryn's side of the conversation makes perfect sense. It's like what I would say. That's what I said out in public. I still think that. I mean, Steven's really casting it in a negative light. Grace nominating Jake after learning of Taryn's impact 1 makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. That all tracks. And also, it would be suspicious of Grace to do that at the beginning of the day. I know I said that was a reason to be suspicious of her if she did it, but so in that case, I think it's quite plausible I'm drunk. You know, which point? Who are the minions? Is it Fish? Who would it be? Steven and Owen? But Owen's kind of casting aspersions on Steven. But me as well? I mean, whatever, be suspicious of me, whatever the hell. Okay. Sure. If anything, I don't know. I feel like I have a fair bit of credibility with town. Yeah, the other thing, no, the problem is Grace cannot be drunk. It's the one thing we know for sure about the situation. Drunk, because Grace died to the virgin execution. Can't be a drunk. That's one of the things we know for sure, which is actually great. Either Grace is the spy, or Grace is actually the sober, perhaps potentially poisoned. Grace could have been poisoned. Not drunk, but poisoned. Yeah, good old fishy. Could Steven be? I talked to him first. He's trying to throw me off the Slayer scent. Oh, I'm very suspicious. Everything's. I should have just jumped on the bandwagon last time. So we get 2 more votes. There's final 5, right? Final 5. I'm trying not to get too much. If I was going to get slightly meta, Jofo said right as night fell, or pretty shortly after night fell, he was claiming to be mayor. Steven didn't hear it. So maybe he muted right away, stepped away from the computer, didn't hear it, or he got called in as poisoner, or it would have to be what, monk, poisoner, monk, or demon, right? If there's a poisoner, I think you die tonight. Steven is a good frame. Could you explain what you mean by that? So I listened to you guys about trying to make a Slayer shot. I wanted to close a world. I could have gone for either Sammy or Owen. The problem is I didn't know which one. The thing is, it made more sense for me to go after Steven in the off chance it would work, because he had 3 bluffs right away. If he was evil, he had 3 immediate bluffs. He didn't have a chance to get them from if he was a minion. So it made more sense to close that world. Who would be the Poisoner? Could be Owen.
It's already down to 4.
Sorry. So who died? Sorry,
Owen died. That's very surprising to me with what I was about to talk to you about.
Okay, no, Owen died. Oh, that sucks, because I was wondering if he's either soldier or monk. My guess is maybe
he was saying monk to me.
Oh, okay. I would just process elimination as one of those two. Okay, all right. So good. All right. I hope you believe me. I don't know.
Do.
Okay.
Well, because your 3 for 3 included Slayer. From what Sammy conveyed your 3 to 3 to me. What was her 3 to you?
Her 3 to me were monk, virgin, ravenkeeper.
Okay, and I think she's pretty obviously claiming ravenkeeper right now.
Yeah. So those are the 3 she gave me. So this is all lining up. Steven, honestly, everything that Steven said, Taryn said, makes total sense to Taryn to say. That's what I would say if I were the monk.
My thought on I think Steven's the poisoner. Who's poisoning Taryn, so knows he can make Taryn look suspicious because of the bad empath information. And is covering for, I guess, Sammy.
Here's my world on Steven. Okay, I talked to him. I think first, right? My chat can check me, and he immediately did have 3 bluffs. Okay, and his three bluffs were Fortune Teller, Empath, and Slayer. So I did have Fortune Teller as one of them, right? So maybe he got lucky and got and actually he implied in the conversation he was the Fortune Teller. So I don't think there's a world where he's a minion.
Okay.
But he is selling to me in private. I think it's so silly for a Slayer to be made drunk. Who would believe a Slayer would be drunk? I think he really wants me to believe I'm a sober Slayer, and has been trying. And so I shot him, etc. So that's the reason I'd want to execute Steven, right?
Okay.
So that's what's going on.
That makes sense to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense to me. With Grace's information too. Yeah.
And he didn't latch at any. I mean, look, I think I'm now wrong about what happened with Grace. Now that I understand it was based on empath information.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. I was really tunneling out. It's like all these things are all the crazy things that would happen if you're a spy trying to do a fake thing. Anyway, good takeaway. So anyway, all right, Steven wants to talk to me. Let me talk to him. Okay.
Okay.
Bye. Oh, hey, Steven.
Oh, hello. That's nice of you to let me in. My gosh, nobody wants to talk to me. I feel
no
like
one wants to talk to you. What?
Here.
Okay. Well, I mean, look, like I Slayer shot at you, but anyway, so I thought I'll give you some clearance there. Anyway, so so it sounds good. So how so what you want to learn last night?
So I did myself and you, and I got a no because I wanted to make sure that I wanted to check in on the Taryn thing and see if I was my own red herring. And there's a world where if I was poisoned one of those nights or 2 of those nights, but I'm pushing.
Here's my issue though. Like everything you say, if I write out the text of everything you told me about Taryn, that's exactly what I would expect an empath 1 person to say.
But he was very cagey. I wanted to get real with him, and he was
I
not.
mean, but he might not believe you. I mean, that's not crazy
Well, that's
behavior.
fine, but I was like, so I was like ruling out the logic chain. I was saying, okay, so that means like, or does that mean like I was like, that means here's the 3 ways that could be. And I wanted to see if he was going to claim fortune teller. And then I was like, are you claiming empath? And he was like, no, I'm not claiming anything.
Yeah.
And then, maybe I'm giving him a voice again. He was like, no, I'm not claiming anything.
You might be giving him a voice.
Okay, that's fair.
You might be giving him a voice.
And then I was like, okay, do you want to do 3 for 3? And he was like super cagey. And then that's where, that's when you came. And then that's when you came in. And I don't want
to be clear, you let it slip very early that you were the fortune teller, even when you're giving me the 3 for 3. So like,
I felt like I had to like talk to someone because of this like tricky situation that the fortune teller's always in.
Yeah.
And like, we saw that with Kellen. We saw that with Emily. It's like, you want to give information, but you don't want to give too much information. So I was like, I don't think Christian is the imp.
So like, are we thinking that Terran's the imp? In which case, I honestly,
I got a yes.
don't. Was that?
I got a yes.
You got a yes. You got a yes on him. Who would be his minion? I mean, we're talking about a poisoner, but obviously it's not a Baron. At this point, we know it's no Baron.
It's not a Baron. I mean, it could have been a Scarlet Woman. I mean, there's a world where I don't know.
or it could theoretically still be a spy out there. That could theoretically be it. I mean, but yeah, that's there's another spy world that could be under consideration. So, but
it's you, Christian. I don't think so.
Look, okay.
I mean, like, but all right, I'll go.
Okay. All right. Steven could be the spy. I forgot about that possibility. That's how he can know the roles.
Devilishly done, leaving the fortune teller and the empath in the game here.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. There are 5 players alive. There are, reminder, 4 of you alive plus a traveler. So, yeah, keep that in mind because usually at 4 you don't want to execute, but there's 4 plus traveler. So it's how you want to handle that. What I will say, because I'm just gonna say everything because, basically because traveler and this local account can be complicated with you guys. 4 players alive plus traveler is tricky because in a usually 9-player game or something, there's only 1 minion, so there's no risk of final 3 being a like total kill for the good team. However, there's a possibility that I could have made the traveler evil, meaning I could execute the wrong person today, and then it could wake up with 3 evils alive, being 2 evils plus an evil traveler. So keep that risk in mind if you choose to execute today.
So should we banish Mike? I actually think it's the right call. Like whether whatever team you're on, you want Mike banished now.
Well, I do want to hear Mike's thoughts about the game at this point.
Sure. Yeah. So I have been trying to collect some information, and I think things are firmly triangulated between the 3 of Fishback, Christian, and Terran. Not to like answer your question with another question, I am intrigued to see what Terran and Fishback both got today in terms of their respective information as well. But at least from what I've been taking in, it seems like one of you, like it seems like it's going to be a 2 out of 3 out of the 3 of you.
I do think we need to do some math and make sure that because the thief can make a vote count negatively.
Yes.
And with so few people, I think we need to make sure we have.
Oh my
votes
goodness!
for things.
Yeah, we got to get
rid of him.
We got to get rid of.
We got to get rid of Mike.
But I would like to exile Mike Bloom.
Okay, why?
Oh, you can. Yes, that's right.
Because I feel like it.
And
does that count as my ghost vote?
It does not.
No,
it
it does not.
Don't use the ghost vote.
Mike, how do you feel about this?
Oh, it doesn't count as
Gofo
ghost?
fell on his
doesn't count as
sword,
a
and then
ghost.
he pulled out the sword and promptly stabbed it into me. Well, best of luck to the player I nullified. You're gonna need it.
I think we need all the votes up here because if
I want to see who
one of us is
nullified.
negative.
I want to see which one's negative. I want to see which one he chose.
The negative vote won't trigger on the exile vote.
Oh, okay.
So you guys won't get to know. I'm running it.
Oh wait, does this use their ghost votes?
No, it does not.
Okay. Whew.
Also, for what it's worth, I got a 1 last night.
Oh no.
Okay, so that's
Christian, you're evil.
8's not enough. Or 8 is enough. 8 is enough. Not 8's not enough.
We've already suspected that. We've already suspected that tampering. We can start building off the world where Terran is tampered with or lying. We have to build off those worlds.
So I got myself. I did myself and Christian, and I got a no because I wanted to see if I was my own red herring, and I wanted to like lock in on Terran. So I got a no. That means I'm not my own red herring. I believe that Terran is evil. I believe that the information, is there a world where we're both poisoned and I was poisoned night 2 and he was poisoned night 1?
Yes.
I guess
I did think about that world.
And then who was poisoned last night in that world?
It might have been me, because I was the Raven Keeper and I picked Steven and I got the Imp. So he's either the Imp or I've been poisoned and Terran's info is good.
Oh man.
My theory is that Christian and Steven are together, and Christian is
No,
pretending
no.
to be the Slayer.
Oh no. Oh
But-
no.
Okay,
Oh, no?
hold on. One thing about that. If you were drunk and Steven, you got Steven as the imp, who's actually the imp?
Joko, the drunk mayor. Oh, who's actually the imp?
And who's
You mean if you use
the
poison?
minion in that scenario?
Well, Sammy's definitely good because she knew my whole plan, and they would not have killed me if she was on the evil team, unless
they
they knew
poisoned
to
you.
poison me. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
So
and
Sammy and
Owen.
Whoa.
I think that if the idea that me and Steven are together, if you
okay.
talk around people around the board, I think they would just
Yeah,
disagree.
I realized that late in the day yesterday that you're actually not in cahoots, but
I feel like in terms of like both behavior and actual information, Taryn is like coming out of the gate with like this false empath or whatever, like false or poisoned empath information about Jake, which is turned out to blow up in his face, right? Because it is like it turned out to be like the Virgin, which was terrible because we've got you had like two, you happen to have two verifiably good
I
people.
think it was great. It helped confirm a
Suicide.
bunch of things.
Well, right, but like I think that creates this obvious show that you are the imp, right? Because like, and then to like, then I pinged you as bad, and then I pinged you. Last night I double checked to make sure that I was not my own red
This
herring.
is, again, the vibes.
Can I hold on. Can I? Okay, so if Owen was not drunk, then that means it's Steven. So the person we should dominate today and kill is Steven. If
Poisoned, right, Grace?
I meant poisoned. Yes.
Well, should we not kill anybody?
Hold on.
We're at 4.
Yeah, no, that's fair too. The other
You only get
but,
one
hold
execution
on,
left.
Hold on. Hold on. Okay, hold on. The other option is I think that and then I think the most likely minion for Steven is Christian, right? And then the other thing is Christian or Sammy, right? Does that seem to be?
Mhm.
I mean, Taryn also I guess could just be bad.
How are you
So I've said
discounting?
you're all bad.
Jofo, could you
I
weigh in on
believe
my?
what Taryn has got. What information Taryn's
Do
got.
you believe, based on what I tell you, all the conversation we had, that I'm in cahoots with Steven?
No, I don't. Well, the only way you would be in cahoots with Steven is if you're actually the demon and Steven's the minion. But I tend not to think that given Owen's information.
Or I guess
My
it could be
biggest-
that Sammy's the poisoner and Sammy knew to poison Owen, and then like
The biggest
so
world
every
that-
combination.
I don't understand those game mechanics.
So
in that
are you
movie.
assuming then, Grace, that of the final 4, one of them is the demon and one of them
One of them is the that's right. That's right.
I think we are. I think we're stuck with 2.
a long conversation.
I'm going to
today.
nominate
You're-
Taryn then because I truly believe that Taryn is. I feel like my information. I know that I'm good. I am the fortune teller. I know that I'm good, and I believe that I got the yes ping on Taryn. I think that there's a good reason to believe that Taryn is evil, and I think the stuff with like the empath out of the gate was nonsense. And like. Our conversation was so suspicious where he was like, oh, like I showed that it had to be an empath and he was like super cagey about it. So I was super illed out by that. And I believe it is Taryn.
Right, Taryn, your defense.
I wasn't listening to Steven. I was just deciding whether Sammy or Christian is
you?
bad.
That's, oh my God.
Yeah. So
Why
so
would
Taryn-
we do this? Yeah, Christian, why would we do this?
On an island.
Right? We wouldn't do. You just said
No, absolutely, we shouldn't do this. I mean, and it's weird that it's being forced so quick.
Yeah.
I have
I'm
a
gonna-
pertinent thing. I don't know why we would kill anybody here, and I think Steven knows that, so I'm
Yes.
very confused.
what I'm
by
saying.
how
Yes,
many-
that's what I'm agreeing with Grace and you, Jofo,
Yeah.
for that exact reason.
I'm going to run this vote for Taryn. It
I think
takes
it might
2
be
votes
Steven
to
and Sammy.
put Taryn on the block.
The only way this could go is if the other minion decides to vote along with this and force us to re-vote, and therefore choose like who they didn't do that. Okay, never mind.
Christian, just giving them the idea.
Okay,
as it's
so
going.
if we don't vote here, we need to get it right next time.
Yes.
Yeah.
If we do vote here,
As I so rudely interrupted Grace, we only get 1 execution left. That's it. Period. Done. End of story.
okay.
To get it
So
right
if
this
Steven
time,
is
the
not
right
the
choice
imp,
was empath.
and we take out Steven next time, we still lose.
Correct.
Any
We
other
got to get the
nominations?
demon.
And
I'm
it's
giving you, like,
pretty interesting
Don't
to
have
see
to
who dies
seconds.
tonight. It is pretty interesting to see who dies tonight, actually.
I think I'm gonna die tonight.
Does everyone
say
alive want to
that.
go? Everyone alive cool to go to sleep?
I think you might be right, too.
Yeah.
Everyone alive cool to go to sleep? Sleep. Everyone sleep.
No, I'm not
I'm trying, dude.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
hard.
you're the one that triggers.
Oh, I'm the one that controls it. But when all of you are talking, I feel bad interrupting you mid-sentence to go to sleep. Because
Since
once
when?
again, trying to wrangle podcasters who like to talk is a war. It is a struggle. Okay.
One that you
Surrender.
forcefully failed.
Surrender.
I have failed for a whole year now trying to do that. But with that, I'm just gonna send you to sleep anyways. Good night.
Congratulations on your 1-year anniversary of not being able to wrangle us.
Yay!
Also,
All right, so let's talk here. Real talk. I mean, just based upon the reasoning people are putting forward, Steven is and every way that they're acting. What Steven is doing is way more suspicious than anything his Terran is doing. Way more suspicious. To me, it's just a matter of if it's Steven or Sammy. I mean, I could now look. Obviously, blah blah blah. You can always be wrong. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like, this all could just be weird crossfire between, like, so the world I'm seeing in the chat is that Owen killed himself to pass it off to Sammy. That is a mechanically viable, I think, viable world, right? At which point there will be no poison tonight, okay? However, nothing explains the way Steven is talking. Nothing to me explains that, other than he's evil. Let's see. Why did we ever later doubt our D1 read of Fishback being sus as hell? We didn't. We're just collecting more information. If I talked with Steven, it sounded like I was believing him. It was just acting. So it's just highly suspicious. The only thing is it Sammy? That's it. That's it. Because there was, I asked, granted, I did point the finger at Sammy, like, Sammy, tell me things. And she's like, I don't think Steven is talking to me. It's a weird thing to call out. I mean, Sammy is a smart person who could be intentionally trying to distance herself from the demon. Well, it's got to be both of them together, right? I mean, if Terran dies, it's got to be them. I think the demon's got a hard choice as to whether to kill Terran or not. I mean, I think that I just can't buy the world. So all right, let's build a world. Let's build a world here. Okay, so let's build a world where Grace is sober. Okay, I could be the drunk. That would make sense. I took a shot at Steven, which means that I either missed and didn't hit the demon, or I was drunk. It didn't work. That works with the world where Steven was trying to sell that I am the drunk. I should say this publicly and. So here's the thing. Okay, Steven's trying. He said, okay, my feeling is I, according to this, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Either Sammy dies. That would throw me for one hell of a loop if Sammy dies. Hell of a loop. That's the one. Okay, all right. And so Steven is either the fortune teller, the imp, or the spy. Yes, nothing other than that. He's got to be that. In the world where the librarian is sober, I could be drunk, and Terran must be poisoned. He must be poisoned. Because Grace cannot be drunk. He must be poisoned. There is a poisoner in the game. And they have probably been poison locking Terran this whole game to get a 1. Why would you keep giving a 1? Because all of these people are good. Do you get a 1 at the very end? Yeah. Oh, yeah. You'd have to give him a 1 at the last. There's no choice. It's everything that. Here we go.
Oh.
Nobody died.
Right.
Interesting. They're trying to force the options, keep the options open.
How did they do that, though?
It is okay. One thing I will
Grace.
say.
Oh, you say sick of killing a dead person.
You're still at 4 players alive.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you a short amount of time to talk because it's not like There's just 4 players left. Not just too much.
Okay. I have no reason to believe you're bad. I think there's a world. I mean, like if you did a great job, everything you've done is consistent with the idea of you being poisoned. That from my world, I'm good, and everyone around you is good except Sammy and Steven. Okay, and they've been giving you ones this whole time until they have to give you a 1 when Owen died, because that wouldn't make any sense to give you a 0. And and you've been poison locked this whole time. That's the world I'm going on. That Grace is the sober librarian. I think I'm the actual drunk. Steven's been trying to tell me in private that that Dwight wouldn't make me drunk as the Slayer, which I think is suspicious.
Yeah. So okay, the world I think where you're good is the one where I wasn't poisoned, and instead Owen was poisoned the night that he died. I get a correct 1 on Bloom. Owen dies, but he had told Sammy, they had swapped roles, that he was Ravenkeeper, so they know to poison him when he dies, and we get Fishback as Imp because he's not really the Imp, because Sammy's the Imp. That's the world I think where you're good.
Okay. I didn't take into account the Bloom one. I just wasn't thinking about it. He could be either way. I didn't care. When it comes to, so that would mean that Owen. How do we know Owen was poisoned? Because did he monk protect someone who died? Is that what he said?
Owen was Ravenkeeper and saw Fishback as the Imp.
Sorry, he saw Fishback as the Imp, and they would lie about it. And I did shoot at him, but I could be drunk or could have just missed. Okay.
The world where you're bad is that you're his minion.
Okay, telling you no. So I just want to make sure you kill the right person. Okay, I'm sorry. Sammy.
All right, 4 of your lives still.
I think I'm following your chain of logic, Taryn. I think I follow it.
What's the chain of logic? I missed it. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna give you guys do you guys want time to talk? It's still Final 4 again. I presume there's not too much new things you want to share, but if you guys want time to talk, I will.
But they can just do this forever.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will tell you right now. No, I can force the game to end.
Theoretically, they could.
This is what I was telling Christian, is that there's 2 worlds. There's one world where Christian is good, and it's Fishback and Sammy. And I think in that world, Owen was poisoned the night that he died because he swapped roles with Sammy, so they knew to poison him. He gets Fishback as Imp because he's not the Imp, because Sammy's the Imp. I get a correct 1 on Bloom, who's a bad traveler. I think that's the world where Sammy's the Imp, Fishback is the minion. The other world is where Christian's the minion and Fishback is the Imp. And they had this plan ahead of time to, maybe not plan ahead of time to go against each other, but fake Slayer shot at him to make him seem less impy.
The only other thing that I think to this is that there's a world where Steven and Taryn have been fake fighting, and Taryn's the Imp, because in this scenario now Taryn is not calling Steven the Imp. There's no world where in none of your scenarios.
My second world is Fishback Imp.
Well, I did myself.
What was your rating this time, Taryn?
I got a 1.
I got a 2 last time.
Yes.
Last night.
This might add.
But I think that's wrong.
So that's poisoning you.
I don't think there's a world where it's Sammy and Christian.
No, I don't either.
I got myself. I did myself and Sammy, and I got a yes.
But you already got yourself and Sammy and got a no. Or
No,
you
I never did that combination.
Christian and Sammy on night 1.
Yeah. So.
But you got yourself in.
Been poisoned that night.
I'm gonna put up a timer. I'm gonna end the day.
You couldn't have been poisoned that night because Taryn was
I think Fishback is bad regardless. So if we want to take a shot now, I would feel comfortable taking a shot at him.
But we have to get it right. We have to get it freaking right, Taryn.
Do we have to get it right? As long as he's not Imp, or as long as he's bad, we still are okay, right?
Yeah. No. Guys, do the math, please.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Please do the math. If we have one
Christian,
excuse, if we fail this execution, we lose.
Yes.
Listen.
We need to get the Imp specifically this round.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
We have to do it. We have 1 minute to do it. So the question is.
Okay, so they didn't kill anyone because they were narrow. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So
Sammy,
look,
who'd you save last night?
Taryn.
Okay, come on, guys. Come on. We have our baddies here. Let's go. Come on.
Who are the baddies?
It's Sammy
are
and
they?
Taryn.
No, Steven. No.
No, it's Sammy. Come on. Okay, I'm gonna nominate. Do I nominate? Which of these 2 do I nominate?
Miss again?
Nominate Sammy.
I think just keep nominating Taryn. Just keep the streak going.
You can nominate Sammy. Tell me why.
This is just nonsense. This is, it's either it's Sammy and Taryn, and let's go.
I'm voting for this. I think I'm following your logical world there, Taryn. I think that
Why are we
points
voting
to
for anything here?
we have. So if we don't, Dwight's gonna end the game, right?
Sammy, hold on. Also,
Not-
you have Sammy's the Imp, and we don't
Not-
vote Sammy as the imp, then I mean, I guess yeah, I don't know.
Right. Sammy, your defense.
We have to get 3 on it, or else Taryn will override it, right?
No, it's not me. Listen. Do it. I don't care. We're gonna lose, but it's not me. I'm suspicious of Fishback, but I actually think Fishback is protecting someone else. I think you're the minion. I don't think you're the imp. I think
Someone
you're
want
Blue
Blue
Jet
want to
protected.
vote for anything here?
I think you
I
probably
can.
poisoned him.
Anything else pertinent before I run this vote from
Christian,
the...
what you were just saying we have to get this right. We have to get this right. Why are we
Yes.
now voting for something? Because you think it's right?
Because I think it's right. I mean, like, the reason being, like, this is relevant to the vote, Dwight. So you're gonna let me talk, right? So the world that you were that you were building, Taryn, right, was that the only night that you weren't poisoned was the night that Owen was killed, right, and which would have read a +1 on Bloom and not me. Right? And in that world, that means that Owen would have almost certainly gotten false information that Steven was the imp. It would have to be false. And by positive elimination for me, if Steven's not the imp, it has to be Sammy. Now, I'm operating in the world where Taryn isn't evil, mostly because everything to me he's been doing has been making sense. A lot of things that Steven has been doing haven't been making sense. I think at this point, Steve, the frustrating thing is Steven has hand up right now. And so I don't like being on the same side as him. On this vote.
Okay, but like Taryn has gotten a 1 every single night. Not
Yes.
credible. Not
No, he
credible.
got it 2
Why?
last week, you said.
Okay, anything else?
You got 2 last night?
2, except
Oh,
for
Can I redefend myself?
Poisoner.
Okay.
No, I see.
Sure.
Now I think it's you, Christian. I think it's you because when you took that Slayer shot, you knew it wasn't going to hit because Fishback is your minion. You are the imp.
You can say it all you want.
Okay, guys. Anything else? I'm going to run this vote now.
One thing I know is I've never gotten a yes on
It
Christian.
takes 2 votes to put Sammy on the block. It's been a long discussion. I'm going to run it. Feel free to talk while I run this.
We need 3, otherwise it'll be overturned. Well, I guess you can always do it the next day if that's the case.
I don't
I'm
love that
very
there's 3 votes. 3 alive votes. I mean,
Three
I
is
don't know.
enough.
You're so wrong.
Any other nominations?
I would like to nominate Christian.
Bad idea.
Tell me why.
Definitely not the demon.
No, it makes the most sense. And I said this before. No, I think that you are the imp. I think Fishback is your poisoner. I think that you took that Slayer shot as your cover because you knew that it wouldn't hit. And so it just protected you. It just makes the most sense.
You know what? Here's my defense. I think we might have gotten it right. And this is why we have a little bit of minion panic going on. That's what I think is happening.
Can I ask a question though? If nobody else knew about the Owen plan, right? Nobody
didn't
else.
know.
In which
Sammy
case,
did.
like, it could have been luck. Okay, but in the Taryn, in the instance that Sammy is good, so I'm just as a, nobody else knew about it. They could have lucked out on poisoning Owen, and then Owen got the wrong read. But in the, that's the one piece that confuses.
If the
me.
plan was airtight, they wouldn't have poisoned me.
Right.
Chat,
That's
if we
true.
got it right, expect
In
there to
which
be
case,
some
if the
last-minute
plan was
nonsense
airtight,
trying to throw
Steven is
attention on
the imp.
Steven.
Yes.
Right. Anything else pertinent before I run this vote? It takes 3 votes to tie, 4 votes to execute Christian instead.
Still think it's Christian.
All right.
Christian's
Running
just
this,
been too. Ugh.
running this vote.
So watch carefully, see if anyone tries to do anything crazy to draw the vote off. If they don't, we might want to renominate.
Not enough. Right.
I will say, before anyone does anything, found it interesting. Bloom said to Steven, how you feeling? And then they did a long pause and realized I was there and went into a private chat. So I think
Yeah, because we went into a chat and
I feel
talked so much
fucked.
shit about you.
I would
We
like to
tore you down.
nominate
Go for it.
Steven.
Tell me why.
I'll tell you why. Okay, I was waiting very specifically to the last minute to see if anyone would try to do anything crazy. I want to talk this through with the town, okay? To see if anyone would do anything crazy to draw the vote off of Sammy. Like, remember last time I played with Owen? Owen made a little creep smile that tried to draw the vote off of people at the last minute, and I didn't see that. Which makes me feel like maybe we got this wrong, but I do want to hear other people's opinions on that.
Yeah, I think the reason to prove that you got it like it's wrong is that three alive people voted for
I mean,
it.
yeah,
Which has to
I've had
include
the
a
same
minion.
thought. Like, we've definitely seen people like stare votes down, right? And do the correct thing and not freak out and like panic, try to get their numbers together. But it could also just be wrong.
All right. Fishback, your defense.
I've been very consistent. I am not the demon. I am the fortune teller. I think this is a terrible, a bad vote. I think it's, I don't think it's a good one.
All right. Anything else pertinent from the town before I run this vote?
What do you think? So you definitely don't want to tie, that's for sure.
I'll do it then.
I kind of prefer.
We're
to
okay to tie, aren't we? Because
I
we
kinda
just go to
prefer
4 again.
tie.
Oh yeah, we can just tie. Yeah,
You
that's
can just
true.
time.
I'm gonna
Let's
run
I
this.
actually-
prefer to
let's
tie
not-
not using dead votes.
But
But
You want me to put one down?
But here's the
Dead
thing:
votes,
that
then.
but the thing is, if we do tie and they want it to go through, they're gonna vote. They're gonna vote it through. We're gonna know immediately.
oh yeah, that's
I-
true.
But
I'm
we
gonna
need
run-
one. We need one dead vote for sure, Jeffo, because
Okay.
I know that, but yeah.
Oh wait,
Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
we're leaving this up to Bloom and Sammy to push
Yeah,
this
this is
over the
actually
edge.
terrible.
Wait,
Um,
by
you
by
have to
us,
decide before we start voting whether we
I-
pick Steven or Sammy. Because
Wait,
we
do you want me up or down?
Guys,
Someone
guys,
tell me, am I voting or not voting?
I think
Don't
Sammy
use dead votes.
discuss
should
it
be a
while I run the
vote.
vote. I'm gonna run this
Why
vote.
are you not voting, Taryn?
I think I should. I think me, Sammy, and Christian should be the
I am
votes.
running this
We're
vote for
doing
Fishback.
3.
It takes 3 to
Should I
tie,
take
4 to execute.
there?
Wait, can Fishback vote on himself?
yes, he can.
Yes,
Absolutely.
At the very end.
I'd say
Can I take mine down?
What are we doing?
Take him down. Take him down. Take him down. Okay.
Sorry.
No,
Sorry, I screwed it up.
I'll
I
take
screwed it
him
up.
down.
Okay.
No, yeah, they
we-
screwed us.
won.
No.
I lost
Whatever.
the game. I lost the game
5
for everybody.
votes is enough. Fishback's on the block. Any other nominations today?
Can we get to 5? Is it possible to tie?
Wait, what?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, you can nominate. You can execute someone
But
else.
no, but
Aaron,
no,
you think
Taryn-
it's Sammy? Do you think it's
Yeah,
Sammy?
I think it's definitely Sammy.
I think it's
So-
Sammy. I
Yeah,
think it's definitely
Jeff,
Sammy.
let's get how many do we have? If we have 5, I'll definitely vote.
Is it
I'll
just
vote
me?
to tie it.
Can I
Yeah,
nominate
I think we
myself?
need
Is
to
that the
nominate
last one?
yourself.
Yeah.
We tie it up.
Or you can nominate a dead person if you wanted to. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll not. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll nominate a dead person.
Yeah. Go ahead. Nominate
I'll
Jake.
nominate Bloom.
Oh, perfect.
Right, but I don't know.
Why?
No, it's not
Impossible.
Bloom. He's exiled. It can't be Bloom. It's another, right? Dwight?
I don't know the exact rules on that. 'Cause
Whatever. It doesn't
Nominate
really
me.
matter.
No, make me feel.
I'll nominate myself. It's more fun that way.
No. Because if you get it wrong, then if they push it through, then we definitely lose, right? No. Yeah. Exactly. So
Okay, well, I'll nominate Jake then.
thank you.
Okay.
Cool.
So
Jake
we
is the
need
virgin
Jake
and
and
you
Owen to
die.
vote for this.
So we need every vote.
Every
we can
dead
get, I
vote.
think,
Every dead
right?
vote.
So do
I already
need to vote
voted.
on myself?
Yeah, I already voted too.
We need Jake and Owen to vote for this. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
I'm assuming you want me to run this without an accusation.
Oh, but then Sammy and Fishback can just push it over, right?
But that's okay.
Which
That's
fine,
all
but
right.
neither of them die still.
But that means which means no one dies. Jake will die again
Oh, yeah, okay,
instead.
yeah,
we
that
go to
makes
4. We did it.
Running it.
I'm so confused. What is happening?
We're voting. You're gonna vote, right, Sammy?
Do you want me to?
No, you're good.
Jake, go down.
What? Fuck,
That's
dude.
it.
Oh,
Is it
shit.
enough?
Jake's dead again.
Jake's now on the block.
Dude, I'm
Oh,
super
actually, we
fucking
are-
dead
we
right
actually
now.
are.
Holy
I didn't
shit.
realize you could nominate a dead person.
You cannot beat this at all. Jake is re-executed and dies.
What's up?
We
Do I get another dead vote since I died twice?
No.
You're reincarnated.
I'm the Dalai Lama. Let's
So we gotta go to sleep. No one else can nominate, right there, Dwight. And you're talking to your chat about how dumb we are, right?
I think Dwight's trying to figure out if he wants to end the game right now.
Okay. So I need him to come back. Okay, I'm just going to, for the sake of time, explain to you what's going to happen the rest of this game.
Okay.
There are 4 players alive.
Yes.
They could mess up, right?
The demon is going to kill one of the good players, most certainly.
Or not.
I don't see what they do. And then there would be 2 evil votes against a living good vote and a dead good vote. It is impossible for evil to lose this game at this point.
Can't win it now. You
Impossible. Impossible.
Because Jake voted his vote, we can't do it. That's why.
Yeah.
Don't put it on one person. Okay, it was every dead
It's
vote
all
that
of
was
us.
used. I
We
don't
all-
want to say the person's name. Okay, so
My
it was-
bad.
No, it was
No,
not
not
your
yet.
bad.
No, not your bad.
Hey, I will say this is something that I had to consult chat to make sure it was impossible to win. Like this is just it's rare to see this. But with that,
My money's
the
on
evil team.
Fish and Christian.
The evil team has won.
With
Here's one.
Fish
Congratulations, evil team. Congratulations.
God damn it.
All right. So as you can probably tell by all the chaos at the end of the day with the voting, who always draws evil in my stream?
Shit.
Sammy
Thanks for
Sammy.
was
Sammy.
your imp the entire game.
Taryn and Christian.
Joining Sammy was Fishback the Poisoner and Mike Bloom the Evil Thief that was added.
Successfully staring down the losing vote.
Yeah, now Sammy, that was impressive to just be like, okay, sure, whatever. Like good job from Evil there.
I think it's fine. I was, yeah,
Karen was your
definitely,
empath who got poison locked for the entire game except for one night when Owen, the Ravenkeeper, was poison killed by Sammy and Fishback.
Wow.
Taryn, you got a 1 on the Librarian and the Virgin. Unfortunate because then they instantly confirmed each other both as good. except for the world where Grace could be the spy. So I was like, maybe they'll build the spy world. And then you got a 1 on Jofo and Christian.
Yeah.
Christian being the drunk slayer.
Oh,
I lost the game for everybody. Sorry.
No, I think
no.
at the end you guys had the right vote.
no, we won the game. You didn't lose the game.
We had her on the block. We had her
You
on
had
the
the
block.
agency.
You had her up with
No,
3
no.
votes.
To be clear, the way you
and
handled it was
dead
great.
votes.
To be the way you handled it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you did a great job. I said good job,
Yeah.
Evil Team first, Steven. Can I give you a credit first and then blame myself second? Is that allowed? Am I allowed to self-flagellate a little bit in your presence? Thank you, Master. All right. So anyway. So yeah, I mean, but good job because like I was waiting for Steven to do something crazy at the last second and he didn't see it, and like something to give it away, but he didn't. That's why I was like, I'll nominate. So anyway.
Well, Steven voting for Sam, I think is what made me be like, well, there's 3 votes there.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. So,
Yeah, I dared him to though. I kind of put him in a corner.
Well, the night before, Sammy's like,
That's
Steven's
that one
targeting
is like,
me.
well, I just lost. That's a stupid loss.
Right.
Nominate the imp. That's gonna look dumb.
I was like, even as a storyteller, I was like, why is he not Sammy? I don't think it's a good idea, and it worked out. So I was wrong. Like, good,
no,
good
it's
job.
very good.
Really,
That was
that was you were
All
like,
tactfully
Also-
chosen.
Also, can you explain though? Can you for the bet, because I think it's a brilliant this the like Owen poison monk thing, but then it turned but then it was Fishback. Oh, that because then Fishback has
Was
the
that right?
influence
It was
burner
Owen
vote
was
on the
poisoned that night?
yeah.
Owen was
Yeah.
poisoned that night, correct.
That's
I
so
chose
good.
to show Fishback as the imp, just so y'all would focus on him instead of.
Yeah.
If I showed
It had to
him
be
as a
Sammy.
good role, it might be like somewhere on one of you guys.
It's one of the times where I should have trusted the mechanics instead of the social read on it.
Steven, are
because I was
you-
following your logic for Caesar and it made perfect sense.
Steven, are you happy now that
nailed it.
Sammy could hear Owen the whole time? Are you happy now?
Hold on. You
That's
muting
great.
y'all really loud.
Ah.
No
I-
reaction?
I
Did you
don't
hear
know
it?
if you yelled it.
you
No,
don't
I
fuck
didn't
me,
hear
it's been
anything.
Really loud and
Okay,
it didn't
great.
work.
Okay,
No.
you guys want me to set up a quick game too, or who has to go? Or...
Sure, I'm up for game
It's
two.
a long
I can do
game.
it,
I demand a new seat.
Actually, I can play as a traveler.
Owen.
I do like the idea of shuffling up seats. I do like
Yeah,
even
I will-
the first
Shuffle
round. I
seats.
kind of like it.
I
Shuffle
will
seats.
shuffle to see
Yeah,
something.
shuffle.
Okay, I click the button. Hello.
Or
I can't. I've learned I can't sit next to Sammy in these.
Oh,
Sorry.
great.
I love you so
Between
much.
them now.
And then Grace, you need to travel, right?
Yes, please.
Right, sounds good.
So 7-person game. No, it's a good one. That was a good one.
was
Congratulations,
fun.
Evil Team.
Eight
Again.
again.
So is it okay to if I compliment you twice, Steven? Then is it okay to blame myself? Is that all right? Is that okay?
Big 3. Make it 3.
Okay, all right.
I haven't used one super often, so I'm gonna try this one out.
Ugh.
Dwight, let me just.
All right. No, I'm not too mad. It was good play. It was good play. I'm more be funny. But no, that was a good game. That was a good game, and we reasoned it out, but we learned some lessons, right? So let's see. That was exciting. It was exciting. Yeah, and it was just I was like I think we had some good ideas. I had some good ideas here on this one, and we had a good read down to the end. Definitely right that Steven was sketchy as heck. One thing I realized, I wasn't speaking out loud, but I realized that Steven could absolutely just be the poisoner over the bluff. I forgot he was sitting right next to Sammy, therefore she could have fed him the bluffs immediately, right? So, so Sammy did a good job, very, very good job of staying quiet, right? I'm not sure that's not the right way to say it. They played I think we got this. They did a good job. They did a good job. I think it's just the simplest way to say it. And yeah, no, Trady, it's great to have you. Thanks for showing up. It's good to have you. No, I whenever I can, I stream Blood on the Clocktower for these Saturday games here. All right, we got a beggar in play. What is this beggar? Okay, you must use a vote token to vote. If a dead player gives you theirs, you learn their alignment. You are sober and healthy. Oh, interesting. Okay, great. All right, so yeah. And also, by the way, the Sammy being evil, I mean, we nailed it down that it had to be Steven and Sammy. That was not the issue. It was just a matter of who was the imp, right? And we had the mechanics nailing it down. Taryn did, to be clear. And I agree, he is right. And I'm glad that Taryn was pulled off of me, did Sammy. I'm glad we jumped on the vote correctly, but it was, oh my God. We second guessed the town. No, it was, but I felt like should have just, obviously, hindsight's 2020. We should have just let the vote go through. But I thought the reasoning we were doing was interesting and correct. We're waiting quietly to see if someone made a play, like as the giveaway. And they didn't give us the giveaway, so good on them. But a lot of times there is the giveaway minion panic at the last minute, right? That's what we were waiting for, and they didn't give it to us, right? Yeah, and if I was sober, the shot would not have worked. Those were the two options, right? That's totally fine. What do we got here? I cannot believe it. You all see what I'm seeing, right? This is incredible. It's time. What are the plays? What are the plays? What can we do with these plays? Are there any interesting... I'm going to look kind of disappointed at my roll. Interesting. Okay. So maybe you can see me. No, I'll know everything. So who is mine? So I got to be able to tell them. Hopefully I get something. Let's make the night long so I can think through some options. So right now we have a game of 7, which means 1 starting outsider. Maybe if there's a known outsider, I can give them.
Basically, once anybody's dead, you can ask them to your dead vote. If they agree, then you both let me know. I will remove that player's dead vote, and then you will privately learn that player's alignment.
So it's like a private conversation you would have with Grace and Dwight, and then you would then Dwight have a private conversation with Grace. Is that how that would work?
Yeah. So me, Grace, and the person who's giving up their dead vote would all come to me, say we're agreeing to give a dead vote to Grace. Grace then has a dead vote token, and then I would tell Grace privately the alignment of that player that gave the token. Also, Grace, you can only vote when you have a token, and every vote you participate in costs you that token. So you are limited in your voting power.
Got it.
All right, we regain Jofo.
That's interesting.
Owen.
Yeah, I was wondering how the poisoning would interact with that.
Ooh,
If someone bothered.
are they canoodling?
What?
That's a word I have excised from my vocabulary.
Oh no.
No
Always be
canoodling.
canoodling. ABC, always be canoodling.
I don't get how. Well, I guess I do get how loved ones play Survivor together because they don't have to lie to each other.
Yeah.
They are not mechanically
They usually get voted out.
betray each
One
other.
gets voted out
Traitors,
before the
yeah.
other one.
The story I'll never forget is I think that there must have been a rap event during San Juan del Sur, and like Missy and Colby were at the same event, and Colby was like, we had a 42-day game, and Missy was like, we had day 0. And
That's
Colby's like, day 0? What the hell is day 0?
That's so funny.
Everybody see their token?
Yes.
Yep.
Cool. Good night.
Good night.
Okay, so I get woken first, so I gotta be ready. I think I have the pings on, so I'll keep an eye out. This is phenomenal.
You're muted.
I can't tell you how excited I am, Dwight, and terrified.
Oh, you should be excited because your demon is Terran.
Jesus, if I don't win this one, I will cry.
I
I will cry. It'll be the saddest day after my birthday I've ever had.
Oh yeah, I meant to tell you. I saw on Twitter. Happy belated birthday, by the way.
Oh, it's fine. Thank you. I wasn't fishing for that, but anyway. But thank you.
No, it's not because I saw it at 11 p.m. I was like, oh fuck, I didn't text him. I'll text him tomorrow.
No,
and I
that's
text him
fine. I'm not
today,
one of
so-
those people. I'm surprised when people remember it. So that's but thank you. So okay, but so mechanically, you will show me the grimoire at some point later in the night, correct?
Right now, actually,
Right,
because
okay.
on TV you get it pretty early.
Okay,
I think every
alright.
other script goes last. But you
Okay,
get it now,
so Terran is my demon. All right.
yeah,
Okay.
so you should see the Grim there.
So I say receive the grimoire. I say got it. Is that what I?
You can click. You can click on the Grimoire. Oh, 1 second. One thing I forgot to add something to it. Okay. It's not on the Grim. Jake is the red herring for the fortune teller.
Okay. Jake, red herring. Okay.
Yeah. But everything else there is accurate with the reminder tokens and everything.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Any questions about it?
Okay. So that means that Grace is the good beggar. Okay.
Correct.
The spy. Chef is being read incorrectly by the washer. Wait.
By the investigator.
By the investigator. Okay. You got the fortune teller. the investigator is reading correctly on the recluse, but I won't know which minion they are reading. Will you tell me which minion they are reading based upon the Grim?
Actually, I am allowed to do that because the recluse can register as evil to your ability as well. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and tell you. They're going to register as the Baron.
Fantastic. So we are Butler sainting it up. Okay, I'm telling... Oh my God, we're doing this. I know you're basically putting this on a silver platter. I was already planning this. My double outsider claim. And so in that case, they're reading the Baron. That means they're going to think someone's the drunk. Oh my God. I got to get the saint to the imp as soon as possible, and I'm the butler. All right. Thank you so much, Dwight. Anything else I'm missing here from this whole thing?
All good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Okay. Yeah, we gotta have Terran claim the saint. Grace is good. Okay, I'm going to be talking to Terran on the auspices that I am so... I have to apologize for throwing last game. Okay? And... I'm not going to make a big deal about it, but it's why people are going to... So I gotta be ready as soon as we're ready. I'm gonna turn on the audio so we can hear people talking. Okay, looks like no one's talking. Okay, good. So we're ready to go as soon as the game comes back online. And yeah, I gotta talk to Terran immediately. And I am the butler. So I'm gonna claim to the so who is between Sammy and Owen? Jofo is between Sammy and Owen. I'm sorry, I'm covering it up. We need to get rid of it for now. The fortune teller. Jake is the red herring. I have to know. I would say who I buttled. Oh, it's perfect. The butlers each night choose. I'm going to tell... that's my cover. I'm telling him I'm buttling him. I have to say who I buttled. Terran. Just going to throw out the notion of there being a drunk. The drunk could be... so we got on the board. We have the good beggar. Who's down here? Butler. Always been the butler. I've always been the butler, and we've always been at war with East Asia. Okay.
Good morning. Avenge my death.
Dwight, can I have your vote?
Grace
no.
is waiting.
Okay, so I'm the spy. You should take
Oh,
Saint.
okay.
They think there's a Baron in play, so you should take Saint. I should take Butler.
Okay.
Okay, so I give you the whole grimoire. I'm talking to you because I'm claiming I buttled you because I feel bad because I didn't listen to you and I threw the game last time. So I'm listening to you. So I said I chose you as a butler. Okay.
Okay.
Here's what's happening around the board. Grace is good. I'm the spy. Okay. Owen's the chef. Jofo is the fortune teller. Sammy is the investigator. She's learning Owen and Bloom. Bloom is the recluse. She thinks that Bloom or Owen are the Baron. Okay. Fishback is the monk. You're the imp. Bloom is the recluse, and Jake is the Undertaker, but he's also the red herring.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So I talked to you. I was like, I'm coming out. I'm the butler. I feel bad, so
Okay.
I'm just gonna do whatever you're doing. So you're my master today. What are you
Okay.
telling me?
So we've just confirmed that there has to be a Baron because we're both outsiders.
Correct.
Okay.
So basically, we're framing Bloom. Is what we're effectively framing Bloom.
Okay.
Okay.
What's up, Taryn?
Hello.
Christian,
Hey there.
hello.
Hello. Good job last game.
Oh
Sincerely.
no, you too. You figured it out. It just was the mechanics of like the timing, but
Yeah.
great job.
It was good stuff. It was a good game. It was a great game. Congratulations.
It was a great game.
So anyway, do you have I can give some info if you're willing to give something. I don't know. What do you think?
I am a night one info person, so
Okay.
I'm fine sharing. So I am the investigator. I found out that this is a Baron game. What I'm curious about is if I am a drunk person or if I am if I actually am the investigator or drunk investigator or the actual investigator.
Oh, okay. Well, let me. I think I actually. Okay, I'm not going to be shy about it. I'm the butler, so that's an outsider.
Okay.
So if there are other outsiders, then that confirms that. So sorry. Who did you say were the were your investigator pings?
I did not say because I
Okay.
want to try to suss them out, but let me
Okay,
see
okay,
who you're
that's
seeing. Okay, do you have good vibes about the people around you?
I mean, around me. I mean, I've not talked with them yet. I'm not even So if you want, I can go talk with them. But like, I mean, so I'm assuming that you, it makes more sense that you are actually the investigator. I mean,
Yeah.
Unless we find out I'm the only outsider, because there's one by default, right? So there has to be a Baron. There's going to be at least one other public outsider, and if there is a Baron, if not, then you might be drunk or other information. Okay, Jofo. Okay, so that's good.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Good luck.
Okay.
Hello, Jofo.
Hey, do you got anything fun?
I wish it was more fun. Although I thought I was like, okay, all right. So I'm the butler. I thought I'm the butler. Which, exactly. That's my exact reaction. However, maybe I'll let them say it. Okay, but
I think it's a Baron game.
Exactly. Okay, how'd you hear about this?
I already talked to someone who gave me an outsider claim.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Well, then that's okay.
But it
all
might
right,
be a different person than you talked to with an outsider claim.
No. I talked to someone who had differing information about there could be a Baron. So
Got it.
that's like lining up. So that's who I'm talking.
That is actually really good to know.
Okay. All right.
Mike told me he's recommended.
Okay. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Oh, quick! There's other people. Hi, we can talk.
Time's up. It's okay. It's all right.
Welcome back. There's 9 of you, A+ Traveler. Discuss noms are open. This is a faster game, so if you want to nominate, go for it. Christian.
So I do want to nominate. I just because mine's the most benign. I think information of the things I heard. I'm the butler. Okay, fun. So I'll be watching the votes closely. I'm the vote tabulator. But I did hear that might actually give us some information about what's going on in the greater game as a whole. But I'll let them say that if that's the case.
I am the recluse, so that confirms there's a Baron.
And I am the investigator who got Baron as the role. Should I share the pings or no? I haven't shared them with anyone.
I mean, it's up to you. I mean, if you want to keep sussing out the vibes, you don't have to. But but we've gotten information out there that like a couple data points on this one.
Can I also say I also got a piece of data that with Mike's claiming recluse makes me feel like it's more likely that the person who gave me that information is wrong.
That's interesting.
Recluse is wrong.
What do you mean?
No.
Well,
Well,
so,
you
okay,
like
if
one of your pings. if Mike was one of your pings, like Mike could be, could register as the Recluse of the Baron, or he could be a Baron bluffing Recluse.
Mike was one of my pings, if that's
So
helpful.
that could be, right? That just could be straight up Baron. But if Christian, right?
Yeah, he could be claiming outsider.
Or the Recluse could show up as the Baron.
So
What's actually really important
Okay.
is one more.
Yeah.
No. Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there have to be two public outsiders.
Sammy, was Mike one of your pings?
I'm
Mike
also
was
an
one of my
outsider. I'm the
pings.
Saint.
Ah, okay.
It's gotta
So-
be Baron. Gotta be Baron.
But then also,
That
can I
means
just say,
Bloom is either
what-
the recluse or there's a drunk.
there's another.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. That's what I was trying to. Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, Sammy could be the drunk, right? And then and Bloom is just. Well, that's hold on. So that's
Well, Bloom is no. Actually, just in terms
That's
Oh,
of the
right,
world,
and
Stephen,
somebody
that
else
could
is the
work.
Baron, Stephen. That does make sense.
Second call for nomination.
I have a nomination.
Go for it.
I'm gonna nominate Owen.
Why?
So, Owen told me, and Owen, I'm just gonna out your information. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Owen told me that he's a Chef Zero, and there's two possibilities here. Two reasons why I think we should just do this kill. One is that it's truly a Chef Zero game. We got that information. Owen doesn't really do us good the rest of the game. But two, if it is a Chef Zero, it doesn't make sense with the information we have, with Mike also being a recluse, unless Mike didn't ping as a baddie with the combos, because based on the information, I know I'm good, Sammy's good, Christian's good, Taryn, and so if we have all of that, then Mike would have to necessarily be neighbors, or there would necessarily have to be a pair. I don't know if I'm explaining this well, but regardless, Owen's information is out there, and so I think it doesn't, and him continuing to be alive doesn't really do
And then,
much
Owen,
good.
would you be willing to give your vote to Grace? Oh, I guess we don't know if Grace is a baddie, though.
Yeah, so we don't know
But
yet.
I'm not, Stephen.
Okay. So we do know now. Now we know.
Owen, your defense.
I don't really have one. My information's out. I don't get new information. I'm just trying to just do the mechanics in my head and figure it out, like just how the interactions might work with Mike if he's actually the recluse. But anyway, if we want to kill someone, that's fine.
Joe, but this was exactly what I was saying when I was reading my info. With the probability of getting a 0 when there's a recluse in the game is
Right,
low.
like 33 out of 8.
I'm gonna run this vote. It takes 5 votes to put Owen on the block. Start.
Are we doing this or?
Is no one jumping on board with me?
I'm happy to. Yep, sorry.
I just don't want to end the
Grace,
game
you can't
necessarily. I
vote.
feel like we were like just kind of puzzling together the board.
I
Doesn't
can't vote, I don't
have
have
to
a
do-
vote.
we
I
can
don't
do
have a
5.
vote.
I'll keep it at 5 if it gets to me. Okay. Keep it at 5.
Just keep it at
4.
5, Jake.
That's okay.
Oh,
That's
oh,
way
dude.
more than 5. Okay.
That's the first time that's ever happened. It's okay.
Never happened before.
So
Dwight, you're muted to us if you're trying to talk to us.
just to be clear,
Yeah,
I
they-
said it was Chef Zero.
Talking to chat.
Is what we heard, right?
Yes.
That's what Owen had, yeah.
So either Owen's lying, which is possible, or Owen's telling the truth, and we have the information anyway.
Mm-hmm.
If it's relevant, Owen, my other Baron ping
God
was
damn it.
between Bloom and Owen.
Oh,
I
Dwight is
knew what he was doing.
Any
Go
other
down, we got the
nominations?
Baron.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Any other nominations? I'll give you like a minute or less if you need that much time.
Should I give my vote to Grace to exonerate
Well,
myself?
because
But
Grace
you're
could
not
be
dead
bad,
yet. You're not dead yet, right?
In which
Yeah.
case,
Well, I will be shortly.
yeah.
I
But
know.
you don't have to do it right away. I'm reading the role here. You'll have to give it to them immediately. You can give it to
You
give
do
it
it
to
whenever.
us later.
Hey, Christian,
It-
your hand was up. Who's your
What's that?
Who'd
chief
you
of
pick this
staff?
time?
Who did I pick this? I picked Taryn. Did I? I might have screwed up. I honestly might have screwed
you're
up.
fine.
Okay.
You're only allowed to vote if I vote.
Yeah.
Did you vote, Aaron?
But it's
I
it's
did.
also once he
Yeah.
puts his hand up,
Yeah.
like you can.
Right.
Yeah.
With that, Owen has executed, and Owen
Yeah.
does die. Good night.
Owen, you don't have to give me your vote, but it's how long are you willing to
Hold out.
withstand me begging for it?
Okay, I might have screwed up with the vote. It's like I never actually been the butler. I remember being the butler before, so it's like it's Taryn.
Yeah, because that'd be interesting.
Hello. There's
I
not
screwed
much.
up. I screwed up, right? I screwed up by putting it up before Taryn, right?
No, as long as you're like, it doesn't matter because your vote first of all, you didn't vote at all. And second of all, like, it's matters when the vote actually counts. If their hand was down when it's passed over them, then you have to put your hand down. But up until that point, you can still do whatever. It's not strict. Like,
that's good because I am so nervous Steven's going to be on to me because I screwed up the vote. Okay, all right. So,
okay.
All right. I think did I do that? I don't know. I feel pretty good
that
about
was good. I think people kind of firmly believe it's Baron, from what I can tell. So that was good. Also, in terms of the Grim, there's not really much to update besides Fishback protected Jofo.
Fishback protected Jofo. Okay.
Yeah, everything else is the exact same.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It does feel like Owen's information was just probably wrong, right? If he wasn't lying. No, it has to be right. Sorry, is what I mean.
I guess the three, quote unquote, three, counting myself as evil, people could be spaced in a way where they wouldn't be next to each other.
Isn't it? Well, it's possible that Grace too is evil, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
Oh, that's true as well. Yeah.
But also, if I'm evil, don't the odds of Chef Zero they go down
very,
dramatically?
very
So
I mean, there's a
So
world.
the worlds were gone.
Oh no, you go ahead. Chris.
No. That wasn't fully.
Owen could be the drunk, or Owen could be poisoned. Or
Owen could be drunk. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is true
Owen
too.
drunk feels
Owen
like
could be drunk if Mike's lying.
Could be the case. Yeah. I mean, I could be drunk. I don't
wait,
know.
why does
no? Actually,
wait, hold on. Why
in
does
your world? To be clear, Mike, in your world, the drunk cannot see themselves as a recluse. Okay, that they can only see themselves as a townsfolk. So you would.
Only they can only see themselves as a townsfolk.
Yeah. If you look at the role, look at the drunk role. That'll explain it nicely.
Okay, gotcha.
But can't that just be that, like, and then the only thing about that is, like, what did Sammy? How does that play with what Sammy got, which is a Baron ping on one of them?
So Sammy could be a spy, right? There's a world where Sammy is a spy. Knows but then, like, that actually doesn't add up because that.
No, not with two.
Yeah,
not with two claimed outsiders.
Outsider claims. Yeah.
Two public outsider claims.
Yeah.
So
I mean, now 3 because Terrence said he was the Saint. So.
Yeah.
Mhm.
yeah. That would mean so if that's wild. If there is no drunk, that means there's no source of misinformation.
That's
in
what
the
I'm
game.
saying. That's what I'm saying.
That's-
I'm like everything. So then you have to take Owen's thing as, like,
As
how is
literal-
that information literal? That he's
But it's going to be a low information game then. So that means there's unlikely any actual.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
It might just
I
be
know
a
there's
limited night one info.
well, no, limited
info. Period.
Probably
Yeah.
limited ongoing info.
I mean, not limited night 1 info because apparently we had like 3 night 1 rolls,
Yeah.
right?
or
That
I will say it also just could be Christian or Taryn are lying about their role, right? Like,
They would both have to be lying about
They
it.
would both have
and both take outsider claims.
And then Sammy.
no, what if Owen's the drunk?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
But then
wait.
Sammy's information can't be wrong, right?
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
This is hurting my
Let's
mind
try to chart this out.
so
Let's try to chart this out. Let's try.
Hurts my brain.
Yeah, every time I feel like I'm close. I'm like, oh no, wait.
If there were a poisoner and the demon and the minion both agreed to bluff as outsiders,
Yes.
and they poisoned Sammy somehow, knowing that Sammy was the investigator.
Folks, who does it make sense for me to claim to have buddled? That's I mean, I could say I did Taryn again, but honestly, I think that
Many times.
Other
I don't
than
know if that's how it works.
Sammy has a theory that the game
explain
tracks.
randomization to Mike Bloom, please.
That's my off.
Nothing's ever random.
Okay.
Sammy thinks the software tracks how frequently and how much you win as evil.
No.
That's her conspiracy theory about that.
I know, Dwight. I know you told me no, but I'm just sharing my conspiracy theory out loud.
Does that make
Sammy,
you
do you know what? Do you
evil?
know what I think? There's a lot worse conspiracy theories someone could have than that one.
Yeah.
You
I'll allow it.
Is there I guess nobody is going to claim this publicly, but like we have 2 information gathering roles that we know about, and they're both night 1 info. And obviously, no one's going to say if they're an ongoing info role here, but if they are, they're going to be clutch.
Did I miss where we? Because, like, couldn't Bloom just be the Baron and then there's a drunk?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, no, because
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, so then I would be the Baron, and then there
that
would also
world.
be a drunk to make it those 3.
And Butler Saint.
Yeah.
And maybe it's me.
Good morning, Fishback Dead.
Interesting.
Okay.
Okay, I was the monk, and I protected Jofo for whatever that's worth. I just had
you.
no idea. I was like, am I protecting the demon here? There's a world. But also, he's one of the few people I don't know his role, so.
Okay. How do I? Jake.
Oh, God damn it. No one wants to talk to the butler. No one's talked to the butler. All alone. Sorry to
No, you're
crash your
fine.
party.
You're good.
No, I also I wanted to jump in to tell you I buttled you this time.
Okay.
Okay. Because you're to my right. Because you're to my right. Now it gives
That
me
makes
like so.
Okay.
Or clockwise to me, I should say. To my clockwise.
I feel like we should just take Mike out, but
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
I mean he's the Baron, so I guess like he's not the imp, but
We need to close off some worlds. That's the way I sort of think about it. And but anyway, I please tell me I didn't make this mistake in buttling you today, Jopo. Okay.
No.
All right.
Yeah.
So, all right. So the way it works, I apparently like all that matters is by the time I vote, at the exact moment I vote, whether or not your hand is up.
I'm
or
gonna
down.
Yep,
Okay.
that's what I've played
Okay.
before too.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt this.
Oh, you're
Stephen
fine.
conversation.
I was just letting Steven know what my information was.
Okay. Oh, you have
Um,
information?
Yeah, I have information. I got a yes on you and Bloom night 1, which isn't super helpful.
Okay.
And I got a no on you and Steven night 2.
Okay, so I mean, if Bloom being you wouldn't know he's recluse at the time, at least claiming
Exactly.
recluse. So it doesn't really that all says, hey, Bloom is getting yes pings, so go that way. So you and Steven, so me and Steven got no's last night.
Yes.
That's what you said? Okay, all right, sounds good.
Yep.
All right, so I in terms around the board, I talked to Sammy on the first day, and she told me all that stuff that she said. And I talked with you and you about that other information. That's all I know. Is there anything else you're willing to share, or should we move on?
I don't know anything about Jake, and
Okay.
he's been very quiet, which I guess
Okay.
isn't really surprising, but just very
That's
quiet.
interesting. I go interrogate him. I couldn't talk to anybody today other than you because I've been stuck alone in the Times Square. No one's talked to Butler. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
All right. 7 alive, 6 plus a traveler. Discuss.
The only one thing just I'll say at the beginning is so with Owen's vote, I actually don't think it matters. We're not trying to decide whether he's good or evil. We're just trying to see whether or not he was potentially drunk. So I did not beg for his vote, and Steven said he doesn't want to give me his vote, and that's fine. So
Can someone clarify for me if we were saying that the world either has to be that all 3, Christian, Bloom, and Taryn, are outsiders, or 2 of them are lying? Or is there a world where 1 could be lying?
No,
So
it's just
Bloom is lying.
that I could be lying, and that I'm the Baron, and that there is a drunk in the game.
Is
Sammy,
there
as soon as you have 2 outsiders, there's for sure a Baron, right? Because like there can't be 1 or 2, there has to be 3.
Is there a spy world? Like, is there a spy world? Because that would make it a lot easier for Evil to bluff as the 2 outsiders. And as far as I know, I'm like one of the very few number of people who have any kind of powerful role left in the game. So the fact that I was the person sniped,
Right, and were you did you
What were
like
you again?
say anything about your role to anybody last round?
I didn't know. I gave Sammy 3 lies, and I didn't. And I didn't give anybody else
Even
anything.
the other thing I will say here is that the people that we haven't done are also people who would affirm Owen's information. So Jofo, Taryn, or Jake, I feel like for me are the most like we don't know anything about them, and they're also not sitting next to each other.
Taryn claimed publicly he was the Saint.
The Saints, I forgot about that. So Jofo and Jake.
And I've told Steven and Christian what I've got
In
going
private,
on.
he told me what he is.
And I'm not totally. No offense, but like I don't
That's
totally
fine.
believe you. But
That's fine.
Yeah.
Knobs are open, by the way.
Is there reason to not believe Jofo?
just that, you know, there's no confirmation chain with him, and like a lot of the information would, you know, if it would fit a chef zero
and
world.
an eternal searing hatred of Jofo.
And
Is
guys,
there-
did you
can I
want
also ask-
Fishback's
oh, sorry.
vote, or
Do I want Fishback's vote?
did you like ask for it specifically?
Well, I went in tail because we don't know if Grace is good or good bad, and you can assume that I'm good, right? Just having been executed at night, so
Mhm.
I don't need confirmation. I feel like.
That's a good point.
That's kind of my thought. Is that like I don't fully understand why we would ever give ghost votes.
So,
It was
the
executed
different,
during the
okay, with Owen, I think the trade-off is that like we will learn whether he's good or bad. So when we get somebody who we're like not, I don't think in this case with Owen it made sense, but when there's somebody who just I think it's morally more a social game of like if somebody's gonna say like no, I'm not giving up the vote, like Steven's saying like no, but I don't think that that's because of a bad reason. I think that's because it makes sense.
Second call for nominations.
Yeah. But if
Can
someone
I-
gives you their vote, it could also be like, well, I'm evil and you're evil, so this will clear
so-
my name and you can
Can I
also
nominate
vote.
Bloom?
Yeah, I think
Sammy
that's-
nominates
Go
Mike
ahead.
Bloom. Tell me why.
Just to play out my information, either Owen or Bloom has to be bad, and even if Bloom is not bad, I don't see a reason not to go ahead and get him out.
Yeah.
Bloom,
I
you're
agree.
I'd also kind of like him to give up his vote after, but that might be asking too much.
Jofo,
I'll
that's
ask
not
him,
your
Jofo.
that's not your right to ask.
I'll ask-
Just
I
checking
will-
with the
Also,
group. Should
but
I
also
put
we
my
don't know
hand
if
up
we
for
can
this?
trust Grace, so it may not do us any good to do that. I don't know. I haven't
Well, there's
thought
also
about it.
other mechanics. Technically, if Mike is the recluse, it wouldn't even tell us anything about giving up the vote
Oh,
because
that's
even
true.
then it'll register poorly as well.
Yeah.
Mike, your defense.
Sammy, what did you get this past night?
It's a one night only.
I get it only first night.
Oh, only
I was
first
investigator.
That's what
Yeah.
the investigator does.
Yeah, son of a bitch. All right,
Also,
kill me.
Bloom being bad makes me then also more suspicious of Jofo, but Jofo is then saying he wants Mike to give up the
I was
vote.
so popular in the first round. I got investigated. I got fortune told.
I'm gonna run this
Can't
over
get your
Mike
hands
Bloom.
off me.
Should
You're
I
putting them
vote
up
on
right
this?
now.
Group?
Yes, you should, Jake.
Okay.
No, I think
alright,
we're fine with
No,
that's
never
For,
mind.
for forcing
No.
Jake, just keep your hand up. We'll just assume
Okay.
it's
Jake,
I'm
Jake,
keeping my hand up. It is
Jake,
not getting
do
touched.
whatever you want. Deliver
That's
it.
what
Do
I was.
whatever you want.
Well,
Yeah.
no, I can
Go
do
down.
whatever I want, but like,
Yeah.
Five.
Oh, wait,
Let's go townies.
okay, no, I screwed that up.
If there's
Oh,
a
yeah.
spy world,
I
right?
don't know,
the
Chris,
spy
who
would
are you
know.
following this time?
I was following
didn't
Jofo.
color the
Oh.
you know, if there's a spy world, it still all adds up, right? The spy would know, and evil would know enough to bluff as two outsiders. It would be a very fun bluff.
That's a very specific world where Sammy's also drunk.
Yeah, but then and you're right. And then Dwight would have had to know that they were bluffing that world. It's a little
But
bit.
wouldn't I be the only drunk then, or the only outsider then, or would there be two? Are there two outsiders?
There would be three, and
You'd
you
be-
would
Oh
be
yeah,
drunk.
no, actually, yeah.
There's one or
Christian would
three.
also be lying in this spy world.
So there's no
Any-
world where anyone is. There
Wait,
can't
but,
be a
then,
world where
but in a
anyone's drunk.
spy, there's only one outside. Wait, right?
Yeah,
What?
yeah, maybe
Yeah.
maybe it doesn't
Yeah.
work.
Any other nominations today for end of day?
Could Sammy be the spy who's theoretically, yes, right? There's a
I
world
mean,
where
yes.
is the spy, sees, claims to see, the recluse or the chef, and then, no, this doesn't work out.
I
No,
nominate
think it's
Jake.
spiral.
Who said that?
I did.
Why?
Why?
The last gasp of a dying horse, and I just want to hear his beautiful voice and see if he has any read on what the game is.
Your defense, Jake.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'll make my defense. Now I think it would be a good move. Okay, so I'm the Undertaker. Owen is the chef. I think it may be a good move to get out Sammy right now, just to confirm whether that's right or wrong. It would be worthwhile to take out someone who does have that information. We can confirm her information is accurate, rather than me. I'm probably going to be taken out at this point. That's fine. But if we can lock down that Owen and Sammy are both telling the truth, that's hard locked information that's going to be good for us.
Anything else for I run this vote?
What? Just to be clear, Mike, did you just out his role
I mean,
by doing that?
I nominated him and asked him to give information.
Wait, I missed it. What did he claim?
Undertaker.
Undertaker.
That's what I thought he claimed. Okay.
Anything else pertinent before I run this vote for Jake? Cool.
I mean, that makes me super suspicious of Jake. I honestly kind of want to vote for it. Not dead vote.
Can I ask why does that make you suspicious of Jake?
Well, I think the Undertaker would be super cagey, but if someone was bluffing as Undertaker, maybe they would use it as
have been.
leverage to get
Anyone
the-
who's been in a room with me, I haven't said anything in terms of.
Right, which is why I
Yeah,
know.
he only did it because he was getting votes. I think.
Last
He
call
was
for
getting, like,
nomination.
That's my
Wait,
read,
Mike.
Steven. But I agree with. I hear you, but I.
The throwaway from Mike though, who is on the block.
I
And
know.
why would the recluse be so hesitant to die?
Yeah, that's right.
Ken?
You would say that, Mike?
I'm fine.
I think Bloom
Also,
makes
if
sense.
if Owen was the chef and is that information, then if Mike's bad, then Jake isn't bad. So I get, but then I guess you're saying that Mike isn't bad.
With
But-
that, Mike Bloom has been executed and does die. Can
I think there's a world where, like, if Jake was the baddie, we could still get a Chef Zero, right? Like, Dwight would not give.
Oh,
that.
because it's the recluse. You're right.
Yeah,
You're
the
right.
recluse could not. Yeah.
I don't always register as evil.
That's a very interesting way to throw in fake information in a game where there's not a lot of information.
I'm just gonna say right now, I'm not the baddie.
Well, you could be, Jake. Yeah, you could be.
Well, Jake, what did you get for Owen?
I got the chef. Owen was being honest.
Hey there.
Yeah, no change in the grim. Exact same.
Can I take a moment just to breathe with you for a minute?
Oh,
Just to
absolutely.
Breathe. I'm sorry. I rarely get to be evil with you and confide in you in this way.
great.
I'm so like. I mean, it seems like the world's going. It's more my confessional. I just hope that things are going okay. And it seems like the world has been floated where Tara and I are both lying, but people seem to be rejecting that so far. There seems to be some sus going around. I don't know.
Yeah, it's funny how like almost no game ever do people doubt outsiders. The one time evil's bluffing it, they're starting to doubt it. It's like you're joking. The one time it's bluffed, they're doubting the outsider count. Any other game, they trust y'all fully.
And you're saying the fact this is the basic stuff that's been saying publicly is what you're saying.
Yeah, which is like any other game people do this. It's just like, oh, we trust them. This game, it's doubted. It's like, what do you mean?
Yeah, I think the recluse is kind of throwing it in that direction. Okay, I will leave you be and not ramble at you any further. Thank you so much.
There's a claim there.
All right. So question number 1, who are we buttling? Who are we claiming the buttle? Did Jofo again? Steven is throwing suspicion on Jake and maybe possibly Jofo. The Sammy world doesn't make a lot of sense where she is evil. Because the Sammy spy, it'll only be Sammy drunk. It have to be Sammy drunk. And Sammy drunk, Baron. Bloom be lying. She's the only way to be Sarah. So I don't see there's a world where Sammy's evil. So I'm going to say I chose Sammy. Because I just don't see a world where Sammy's evil. Okay. Yeah. So the thing is, Jake's going to get something about... Jake's going to get Baron off of Bloom. So the question is, whoever dies we claim to have buttled. That's funny. That's funny. It could be Sammy, but I feeling that it's gonna be. But I have more reason to follow Sammy. I have more reason to follow Sammy, right? Okay, so let's look at the math here. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left remaining. We're gonna get one more, so we gotta survive 2 more executions, right? No, one's gonna die. Yeah, we have to only survive 1 more execution. I have a feeling. Oh, the question is, who's Karen gonna kill? Oh, that would be great. I'm reading what you all are saying about star passing.
I'm thinking of like, I can sell a barren world here.
Yeah.
Or Terran the spy. So whoever's the spy is the first person to meet, right? In night one, and as a result, Dwight gives that barren credibility through Sammy. I mean, it's not an impossible world.
So my question though is about
wait.
the claims. Only one of them. So only the imp gets the claims, and they have to meet it. But then the spy.
The spy knows everybody on the team.
Spy has claims built in because they see.
They're thinking spy. Jesus Christ.
Get at is which one of if this is the right scenario, which one would we vote because they're the imp? But I don't. I guess.
Well, I guess Christian then Darren.
I don't know, maybe the one who's claiming the role.
I mean,
where
I don't think
they
this is
shouldn't
the
be
right
executed
scenario.
or everyone loses.
So I picked a heck of a time to come back from
Oh, yeah.
talking to chat. What the hell is going on?
Oh yeah,
sorry?
because Terran's claiming saint. That's right. That's
Yeah.
right.
Well,
Okay.
or we just take the Hail Mary pass and win or lose.
I gotta leave pretty soon, so
Ball.
Christian, I was positing a world where
Yeah.
you and Taryn are the imp and the spy,
Oh,
and
okay.
and one of you saw the Grim, fed basically was like, oh, there's no Baron here. I can sell a Baron world.
Mhm.
Dwight the storyteller gives the investigator the Baron ping from the recluse, right? Which seems like a very likely possibility. But you guys are the baddies who are selling a Baron world.
Well, first off, I wish my role were that interesting, Stephen. I'll start off with that. Well, number two, let's see. So what does that track with? Does that track with all the other information that's going on here? So in that
the only
world,
thing go ahead.
go on. No. What were you? No. By all means.
No, go
No,
ahead.
in that world, there's only one outsider because it's Bloom, who's the
Yeah.
recluse, and the investigator information. Sorry, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Grace died tonight.
Okay, can I?
Whoa.
I didn't get killed. I can share my information that I got last
Who
night.
am I?
Mike,
Who am I, Jake?
what? Yeah, you're the Baron. So Mike is the Baron.
Well, the recluse can register as the Baron.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And
Shit,
with
well
that, Dwight
then.
can still support that.
Dwight, my role has no power now, right? I can't beg for votes and I'm dead.
Yeah, but you can vote whenever you want
Nope.
with your dead vote.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So I just want to let you know I buttled you because I'm not sure there's a world that makes sense that you're evil. Drunk, possible, but evil, I have a hard time seeing that world.
Yeah, that's totally fine. And I'm happy to follow my sword and be voted out this round because it's just night one info, and if we have to keep dwindling it down, that's fine. I'm just trying to figure out is there a scenario outside of a Baron world? Like, is there a way that it's Terran and no, that couldn't happen. It couldn't be Terran and Bloom.
As both evil, because if one was
As in Owen F0 would be
okay. So
drunken.
in that case, I could be the only outsider, right? Where like I'm the butler. There is no recluse. In fact, he could be something else. He could be a poisoner. He could be a spy. He could be a Scarlet Woman, or that could be Terran. Or they could have swapped, or they could swap roles. Basically, that fits with the world where there's only one outsider. Okay, there wouldn't have to be a drunk. In fact, there wouldn't be a drunk in that case.
Okay. Yeah. See, and I think that we either have to assume that it is a Baron game, or I think we have to rule out all the other worlds.
Yeah, I think,
we
the
have
thing
to
is,
rule out.
we have to rule out other worlds, but we also have a lot of information confirming the Baron chain. Like there might be an outside world where it's not the case, but the Baron chain kind of makes a lot of sense. And all the worlds where it's not the case, like someone is someone's lying of this group, it could just be one of these other people not involved in this at all. Sorry, I think that who's trying to.
No, you're good. And it has to be a Baron game, and it can't be a spy game because there's no way that. Well, I guess it could. Okay.
It could.
Okay,
There is a way. I think there is a way.
Okay.
Sorry,
Cool.
I talk with Owen.
Owen.
That's all right. I know Owen wanted to talk with me, so I want to talk with Owen. To be clear, is it okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll leave. Yep. Okay.
It's fine, unless you trust Sammy. Okay. So I want to talk with you about your hypotheses because you're sitting right next to me, and I thought, at first I thought it was a little weird that Bloom threw out a random thing to get more information at the last moment. I don't know what you thought of that.
I thought that was strange because if he's actually the recluse, why are you not just?
Why throw that
Cool.
out there?
Yeah. And then poor Jake folded and admitted he was the Undertaker, so that was not great. But
That was not great. So I mean, I think Steven's spinning a world where I think that might actually, maybe mechanically, I don't see an issue with it yet, but I haven't thought about it much. But I have to follow it more deeply.
the world
But
where you and Taryn are bad.
Yeah,
that is what he's spinning.
I think it's what he's saying, right? But that means, but there's all any world where Bloom is also bad. All that's out the window. So there's like the literal world where all the information in front of us makes sense, and there are 3 outsiders, and we're supposed to be hampered by the lack of information gathering ability.
Which is weird that then Jofo is Jofo claiming fortune teller?
Yes, he claimed fortune teller.
Okay, that is a little odd if Dwight is going for like a no information kind of.
Yeah, and I think so. I mean, Jake did come out. So like, there's a couple worlds I see. One is where Bloom was throwing out suspicion to get Jake to out himself. It also could be Bloom is throwing it out there to get Jake to publicly claim something to cover for his bluff or something, right? To get it out there. It seemed odd. Like what? So I sort of like I'm looking at Bloom, Jake, I guess Jofo, based upon what you're talking about, right? Like in terms of like,
so. That's
I mean,
possible.
why are there so many good information gathering roles in a world where there's so few? Anyway, that's
right.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right.
Me, Grace, low key told Dwight like, I have to go, so just kill me.
No, but seriously, what is the rationale? Now that we're assembling, why would the imp kill Grace?
My theory is that
ability.
Well, but also like leaving if Jake's the Undertaker, leaving him alive, because like if Bloom's the recluse, it's not really a good Undertaker. Like, it's still useless information for the Undertaker.
Exactly.
Anything.
Yeah, and I feel compelled to bring up. By the way, we get 2 more executions. 2 more executions. Go on, Jake. I apologize.
Would it make sense if I'm wrong? Would it make sense to see if Sammy is actually the investigator or not?
Well, I think
Like,
if you're telling the
I
truth, you're dead tonight,
I don't think
probably.
it does.
No.
I
I am
think we
telling
have
the truth. I am the Undertaker.
My thing about Grace is that Grace could have confirmed Bloom's role also, right?
I didn't give her my vote.
No, because she still would have seen Mike as either good or bad.
She would have seen whatever Dwight would have wanted her to see.
Okay.
Which is right now that you're bad. Like, it's showing you as like a possible bad.
Yeah, I'm showing bad to everybody except for Owen, basically.
So do we have any other updated information from last night? I hadn't talked to anyone who got updated information.
I mean, from my perspective, there's a world where Jofo is either imp or minion, and there's a world where, I mean, the other world is where like me and Christian are bad. Which
and who's my partner
although
in the world?
can
where I'm
Christian
bad?
be bad and me not be bad? Is that impossible? I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, because if you're telling the truth about your role, there has to be 1 or 3.
1 or 3. So that would mean that like, so either
Like,
0
both
or 2 people are lying amongst the outsiders, right?
No, yeah, because if Bloom was bad, he would be the Baron.
It's either you're both bluffing in a spy game as outsiders to.
No. It could be one. It could be one. If he's bluffing, if Bloom was the Baron, then there could be a drunk out there somewhere, and Bloom is not the recluse. So that's the other 0, 1, or 2 people could be amongst the claimed outsiders who can be lying. 0, 1, or 2.
Nominations are open, by the way.
Yeah, Jofo, I'm curious about like where you are right now.
I think it's you.
Right.
So the 2 worlds are Christian Taryn and Jake Jofo, right? In the Christian Taryn world, Taryn is the imp, according to Jofo's information. In the Jofo Jake world, who's the imp?
I don't know. I would assume. I actually don't know.
If anyone has seen Jofo and
I think we're ignoring a third world.
Jake and I have not spoken
there's
this
also
entire
Sammy.
game.
Why are we ignoring the Bloom someone else world? Why are we ignoring that world?
Right.
I mean,
What is
Steven, I'm genuinely curious. Like, why can't it be Bloom and someone else?
Bloom as the Baron.
Yes.
And who's the drunk?
He did
Well,
throw
if it-
like a Hail Mary
it
at
could-
Jake, like he was afraid to die.
It
If
could
it's
be
Bloom and
it could
Taryn,
be
if it's Bloom and Taryn, Owen would have had the correct Owen wouldn't have had a 0.
Well, but he could have had his. Owen could still have had a 0.
He absolutely can.
Because-
He absolutely
and
can.
Okay,
Dwight wouldn't
hold on
want
though.
to- Storyteller wouldn't want to
In the world
ping
where this
the
is a
imp
spy
as next to the
game,
right.
why is Jofo alive?
That's a good question.
Right?
Because there were bigger targets to take out first, specifically a monk.
Like,
How would Bloom have thought to bluff recluse if he was the Baron?
Like, told me
Because
right
he would
away
know
he was
that there's a lot of outsiders.
Yeah,
in the game.
I can clarify. I did not have any time to corroborate with a. I mean, I guess I would have been the only minion. I would say I didn't have time to corroborate with a spy, but I realized that's only one minion, who is not me.
Well, if he was the Baron, like how fast were you guys? You know, how fast did he come out as recluse versus you guys
To
with same
me?
color? He wouldn't have known what the actual.
He told me within like the first 15 seconds of the game. He like
Yeah.
came straight to me and said,
Yeah.
But
Second call for nomination, by the way.
if he was the Baron, it would be totally free and clear for him to claim recluse, right? Because he knows that unless the recluse is already in play, he have to know the recluse.
Right,
isn't
because
in
he
play,
knows
right?
that there's
Exactly. I would not have known a recluse was
Right,
in play.
recluse in play. Right, I just gotta say a number of outsiders.
And look,
coming back to,
I am
like,
reckless, and I am a recluse, but I would not be that.
I'm just
gonna
coming back to
nominate
Jofo
Taryn.
because I think that.
Yeah.
Did you nominate me?
Did I hear that?
yeah.
There is also a world where Owen is drunk, Bloom is not the recluse, Bloom could be the Baron, Jake could be the imp to Bloom's Baron, and verify every other role that
feel I
people
fucked this
claim
up, Tim.
because Jake would know where the two baddies are on the board.
I'm just hung up on why Jofo is alive, personally.
Joe, for your
He's
accusation.
in the world where he's good.
So
He hasn't been open with his info, has he? Well, I guess
Right.
at this
Okay.
point
In that
we
world, there's no
deduced it.
spy. Right. That makes sense. Okay.
So on night one, I'm the fortune teller. On night one, I picked Christian and Bloom, got a yes, and got very annoyed at Dwight for giving me a yes right away. I went to Bloom right away, and he told me he was recluse, and that was annoying. But but fine. Night two, I did Christian and Fishback. I got a no. Night three, I did Taryn and Christian, and I got a yes. That's why I'm nominating Taryn.
Taryn, your defense.
I mean, I think it's convenient. I think that if he was bad, he'd try to get me voted out here because I'm the Saint and we would lose. And I
One of them
think
could also be your red hair.
I think that I think it's more likely that he's bad because he's alive as the fortune teller. But in the world where there's no spy, I could theoretically be Jake and Bloom, but I think it's less likely. I think Jofo's more likely bad.
Anything else pertinent before I run this vote for Taryn?
It would be. No, that's not pertinent. I'm sorry.
All right. With
I
that,
don't
I'll
know.
run this
Do
vote.
we throw the Hail Mary? It's a good question.
Takes 3 votes to put Taryn on the block.
I
Running
see a
it.
reason to throw the Hail Mary when we get 2 executions. That's the one thing.
Yeah.
That's one thing, Jofo.
Yeah.
Because right now it's about to be pushed on me, and then they're going to kill Jake overnight.
See, yeah, I
and
think
then
he's
we're not going to get any
panicking.
information, and then we're just going to be
Nah.
back in the same place.
Yeah, that's. What?
I mean,
Sorry, repeat that again, Jofo.
Right now it's about to get pushed on me, I assume.
Okay.
And then they're going to kill Jake overnight, so Jake can't confirm that I'm the fortune teller.
Mhm.
And then we're not going to get any information, and then we're going to be back in the same place tomorrow, and we're just going to have to throw the Hail Mary then.
well, Jofo, in that scenario, I'd feel pretty good about voting for Taryn.
I was gonna say it's a.
But don't we lose if Taryn is good?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's,
but-
that's why
the
that's why
final
it's a
th-
Hail Mary.
Yeah, that's so. But it doesn't make a lot of sense to me to vote for Taryn. I mean, I'm trying to follow why that means we have to vote for Taryn today. You're talking about if it gets pushed onto you, Jofo. Like,
We can't
do
do
that
that today anyway.
Last call for nominations, by the way.
Someone's got to nominate someone.
I'll nominate Jofo.
Tell me why.
I think he's the most likely person to be bad. I don't know if he's the imp. I think he's more likely the imp than the minion because I think he's more low key. But I think either way he's bad, and we have 2 executions, and we need to get a bad person.
Jofo, your defense.
You guys do what you want to do. I'm the fortune teller. I can still gather information, but I think I have all the information I'm going to get that's actually useful. But I don't see a need. I don't think it helps the town to kill me.
All right. Anything else pertinent?
I am buttling
Sorry,
Sammy, just to be clear.
Sammy, please don't vote for me.
Running it.
Do you mean what is buttling?
I just feel like he
Means
really
I-
doesn't
means
want to
I-
die.
It means I can only vote if you vote. Is what it means.
Christian.
Oh.
And the reason I chose Sammy is because I see very few worlds where it makes sense that she's evil. You know, there's minor worlds where she might be drunk, but I don't think it's on the outskirts, but not evil.
Could there be a
I think
Jofo Sammy
someone-
world?
I think someone should, and this probably sounds silly because I know that I'm good, but I think someone should nominate me and get me out because I think that we have no information to work with, and even false information helps us figure out if what's coming out could make sense. Like,
That's what Jake suggested in the first place.
If we're going on that world, I would also say, like, I can be very unhelpful if I choose the wrong person to buttle on the last day. So I'd also be a candidate for that.
That's a disaster for town.
Yeah.
Last call for nominations.
Well, but we've got to. Oh my god.
We got to coordinate that if that's the case.
Christian just offered himself up to be killed, so that way he could register to Jake overnight as good, as the spy.
No, guys, seriously, like if I am to pick the wrong person on the last day to buttle, my hands are tied.
10 seconds.
So
On the
so
final
nominate
three.
someone, nominate either
The
Christian
right
or
kill
Sammy.
here. I'm bummed.
do we have to nominate? What happens if we don't nominate?
Do we get an
And
extra
someone just dies?
6,
if we don't nominate?
4,
Shit.
3,
I can't nominate.
2,
I
1.
Someone should nominate. Sammy, nominate yourself.
With that,
okay. Can I like
Sammy-
nominate myself
Sammy-
and then talk about why?
okay. I'm being nice.
No, that's would be very bad.
It's right, thank you.
2 kills.
Bad
That's so
idea.
nice.
I don't think this is.
Yeah.
I think that the idea is either like vote me or vote no one, and we don't nominate, and we just like go to sleep again, and then someone dies overnight.
Christian, how does the math work? Like,
Okay.
we're losing a kill here, right?
I mean, no, this is actually not a terrible idea. You're at 5, right? Like they'll take us down to 4. Like if we don't execute today, then we lose the ability to execute a second person, right? That's how the math works. So that's why I suggested, hey, there are a couple options as to who we could kill. Sammy putting herself up, I could be very problematic on the final day, right? That's simply it.
I think Jofo was the right.
Anything else pertinent?
I'm confused why Christian didn't nominate himself if he's so insistent that.
I'm not gonna. If you, what are you talking about? I can nominate. I'll nominate myself for after this if it makes you happy, Jofo. But this is weird. You're pushing this on me.
Okay, this sounds like not pertinent about Sammy's execution. So anything else pertinent about Sammy's execution?
Am I voting for myself? Are we voting for me? What's happening? Can someone tell me what I'm doing?
To make, it's like I don't know. I'm gonna nominate myself after this. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna run.
And Jake still has a nomination as well, right? So.
I think we either vote me or no
gotta
one.
be a
Because
bad
then we can
idea.
also
It's
see if
very
Jake
quiet.
can confirm.
Oh, I can't do that. I only vote if you vote, Sammy. By the way. So.
I'm gonna
I'm
run
only
this. Y'all
playing
can
'cause I
figure it out
can't
now.
follow.
Run the vote,
Am I
Dwight.
voting for myself?
I'm not in.
The Jake and Jofo world is looking very, very spicy to me.
Steven, it's wrong.
Dude, we literally have not talked.
Oh, okay. I have to put it down. I have to put it down.
No,
I
you
gotta-
didn't. You didn't. You were fine.
So at the time Sammy's hand was up. That's So
Okay. Okay.
One's enough.
All right, let's do this. Christian.
Okay. Oh, nominate me. I nominate
I
myself.
think, yeah.
Why?
For all the reasons I just stated.
Defense.
Could this be bad?
Get out.
I mean, Jake, I think you're going to get bad information from it,
That's
but
the
we
thing,
should
it's like
still
the only-
take
the
the
only-
chance.
In all
that
these
someone
worlds,
might be
it's
bad out of it.
not even about the
I think it makes more
Undertaker
sense
information.
to vote Christian
Okay.
and Sammy because Christian is.
I could be a
actively
real
potentially
problem on the
detrimental
last.
to us.
I could be really a problem on the last day.
Unless, because Sammy offering herself up makes me think she's not bad.
Yeah,
I'm
Jofo. By
gonna-
the way, I didn't have to bring
If
up at
Sammy was
all
bad, I'd
that I
prefer to
was
vote
that
Sammy.
I was going to be bad on bad on the last day. I didn't bring that up at all.
I'm gonna run this vote for Christian. It takes 3.
So she's up, so I can go up, right?
Yep. Vote yourself out.
4 is enough. I'm gonna assume that the day's gonna end here unless you get 5 votes on something. With the way y'all are voting, I don't think y'all can agree to get 5 votes on someone. So I'm gonna go and end the day. Unless y'all want to discuss anything further before I do that.
Put us to bed, Dwight.
Yeah, it's past your bedtime.
I know you want to. It's past our
Christian
bedtime.
has an excuse and does die.
It feels like such a waste. Maybe we win. Wouldn't that be something? No? Does good win?
Imagine, yeah,
So
Christian was the
fucking
imp and he's
lost.
just like, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm out.
I'm ready to be done with this.
To me, the viable options were Jake, Jofo, and Taryn. I mean, is there a world where Sammy's bad?
Mm-mm.
I don't think so.
She was
I'm
so
gonna work through the math
freely
here.
nominating herself.
Okay. All right, friends. Oh. Yeah. No, Fishy's solving. Yeah, Fishback putting this together. This world is killing us. We just got to keep him on the Jofo world, right? That's what we got to do. We got to keep him on the Jofo world. Let me pull off. So we have to sell a world, right? And I like we got to help solve this game. What's the world where Jofo is evil? He's coming out after me. Take me out. World where Jofo is evil. So they're literally that they're that Bloom is Baron, Jofo is evil, right? Trying to point the finger at the saint, okay? It jives with the chef too. Then who is, so Chef Zero. So who is the drunk? Drunk monk? Options for drunk are drunk monk. The problem with that is that Bloom's, it's so unbelievable that Bloom is has the pings there as the recluse, right? If it's actually the recluse, the Baron could actually be Owen, right? But the problem is I don't want to throw Owens out there. Steven could be drunk, of course, yes. But the problem is not Steven being drunk. The problem is Bloom's information. We're back.
Include Sammy.
Yeah, that's why I kept saying maybe it's Sammy at the end there, because obviously Sammy was coming off the table.
Right. Feel free to discuss what you
Jake,
know.
what did you get?
Yeah, what's the info?
Christian's the butler.
Now, to be clear, in some of the worlds that are being spun, like the possibility would be that, like, that is exactly what Jofo said, right? Like that it wouldn't tell you much what you're getting. At least that's Jofo's.
I just like
Right,
the
that
world
you
where
would be the
Christian is a
spy
spy
and
doesn't
Grace
make
was
sense
dead.
where Jofo is still alive as a good fortune teller to me.
Jofo, what did you get?
I did Owen and Sammy, and I got a no. I was just on a red herring hunt.
That's reasonable.
Wouldn't the red herring be either Christian or Taryn for you though? Because that's the round you got a yes.
Well, no. I think
He
Terrence just by
cross-referenced
yes.
He allegedly
You've only
cross-referenced
gotten
on one of these.
see, this is the other thing. You've only gotten one ping, and
No,
you
I got
don't
Christian
have any
and Bloom was
suspicion
a
that
yes. I got Christian and Fishback was a no. I got Taryn and Christian was a yes.
you haven't found your red herring yet.
You're admitting you're the
Me or Jake, my red herring, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
or I guess Grace could have been too. No, I don't think that's how that works.
I just think that's interesting that you don't seem to be interested. You seem to think that I'm definitely bad, but you don't seem interested in actually finding your red herring.
I literally
You've never
just did
investigated
Owen and
Jake at
Sammy
all?
last night to find my red herring. I just said that.
Did you investigate Jake at all?
You didn't investigate
I
Jake.
did not investigate Jake at all because I was thinking they might they would probably kill Jake, and because I wasn't.
This whole game, you've never investigated Jake.
Why?
No.
Hold on a second. Why would you think they would kill Jake over at Sam?
Because I was thinking wrong. Because my brain wasn't.
I
working.
think it's Jofo.
It's Jofo or Jake. But there's a world where he doesn't want to point the finger at Jake, right?
Even it's Taryn.
Wait, is it definitely not Taryn? Like, look,
Steven is
Taryn. It's Jofo or Taryn. What? Why would it not be Taryn?
Yesterday. This is very frustrating.
there's a lot. There's a lot.
More likely to be Jofo.
I'm nominating Taryn.
Why more likely Jofo over Jake?
I just think Jofo's more capable.
Because if Dwight picked me, I would admit this would be the shortest fucking game.
Dwight, did you hear that?
I
I'm
have no
nominating
clue what I
Taryn.
would do as a bad guy.
Jake's been very quiet.
What do you mean I've been very quiet? I've literally been. Can I talk now? You know, like what? Christian's the butler.
And now he's trying to defend that argument, that accusation.
Steven, I really think you're on the wrong road here.
I'm not on any road. I don't know what road I'm on.
Okay, so I gotten a yes on Taryn. I did it with Christian. Also, it's possible Mike was my red herring for what it's worth, even though he's also the recluse.
Yeah, I guess that could technically count, right?
Would you be a red herring and recluse? That doesn't make sense.
That seems wasteful.
I feel need to go on. Jake, I don't want to get overstep on your toes, Jofo. It's your accusation.
Anyway,
go ahead.
I got a yes ping on Taryn. I have no reason to think Jake is bad because Jake has had accurate information throughout. So that's why I didn't cross. That's why, yeah. So I think it's Taryn. I got a yes on Taryn. The spy world that Steven, you were the one that created, is the one that seems to make the most sense.
Well, I know that I'm concerned about.
Yeah, he jumped on your theory. He seems so nervous here.
I'm not nervous.
I think it might be Jake. You know that. Although Jofo was super cagey about, I don't know. Honestly, like I can't.
I told Mike round 1 what my role was. I told Steven and Christian round 2 what my role was. I told Sammy round 3 what my role was.
He did tell me round 1 what his role was.
Yeah.
It's crazy that they're both alive.
I'm
Told
really
you he said
glad
round.
we- yeah,
Well,
right,
that
fine.
actually is interesting because if he said round 1, that means he
One.
had his bluffs, right?
Bluffs,
Aaron-
yeah,
Aaron, your
bluffs
defense, by the way.
would've
I've
gone.
been you muted, so
I mean, I think I've given my defense. I think it's Jofo.
Okay.
Also, we lose straight up either way if I give voting.
Jake,
Either way, it makes no difference. Why is it Jake?
No one's on with me. No one's with me on this.
I just think that Jake waited longer to reveal his role, which implies to me that he didn't have bluffs.
Yeah, I didn't. I definitely. Did not
I've
think
never
shit.
spoken to Jake in this. Yeah, okay.
But it's a bluff, right? Like he wouldn't have just come out and been like, "Oh, I'm the Undertaker."
You all could go through the logs. Jake and I have never spoken this entire game.
That's true.
anything else pertinent before I run this vote?
Christian, where are you?
So for me, it makes almost very little sense that Terran would also be bad to me. So I'm biased against this world.
Yeah, but
because
which
some
one
of
are you
is-
between
is
Jofo
this-
and?
honestly, the way that Jofo is saying suspicion around, that's why I'm leaning towards Jofo on this. But
Okay,
like, I honestly, Jake's behavior makes more sense to me as a person who is who's kind of like, I'm gonna be quiet about Undertaker until the last minute.
Steven, if you're
go on.
if you're narrowing it down between me and Jake, you're throwing the game, Steven.
Well, why?
I'm really sorry.
Guys, I'm open to the
Guys,
Terran world.
anything
I'm open
else
to the Terran world.
before I
I
run
want to
this
hear, like,
vote?
in the Terran world, like Christian's also a baddie. I just think like
Yeah.
nobody's talking about Jake, and like Jofo's throwing a lot of suspicion around, which is what the minion is supposed to do.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, like,
I am now going to run this vote.
okay,
Get
I'm
suspension
of
to
course, Steven, you know I'm not gonna vote on this.
Is anybody voting on Terran?
running it.
It-
I don't know.
ah,
I guess I'm not. Oh, damn it.
Okay. They won the game.
One's not enough.
Or I'm being loud wrong. That's
Other
also
nominations today.
possible,
It's just crazy you wouldn't check Jake at all. I mean, if you were red herring, if you were looking for your red herring, why not?
Like he,
include the
I think he might have thrown Jake under the
Yeah,
bus.
we have to.
Yes, that's why he doesn't want to do it, because if he said I got a
Mhm.
yes off of Jake, then like
I
Is
messed
it
up.
Fish
That's what
and
happened.
Karen?
I was thinking that Jake was gonna get killed. So I checked Sammy. I messed up. But
So it really just comes down to getting this 50-50 right. And I think that
it's not. I don't think it's a 50-50.
I mean, you don't matter. You're putting whatever.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Sorry. That sounded really rude. I'm sorry. That it was really rude. In fact, not just sounding. So to me, it really. I honestly think that Jake's sounds a little bit more like he's been lying low. Undertaker. Okay. The thing I honestly thought was strange is how Bloom threw it onto him. I told Owen about this a couple days ago. That like it was strange how Bloom threw it out. It's like he's either trying to get Jake to either out of bluff, which I don't think Bloom's bad anymore. I don't think that makes sense based upon the bluff. Wait, actually, does it have? I'm sorry. I'm not helping. I'm really sorry. Someone else talk. Okay. Go on, Jake.
why is it not Terran is the imp and Fish is?
Well, it's too late for that.
Yeah, we can only nominate him once.
Come on.
Ship has sailed on that.
Did
I was
Steven was Kill Knight too.
Owen, where are you thinking?
I'm leaning towards Jofo. I think.
I think that makes more sense.
Well, who's the minion
I
in that
do
world?
hear
Is
what
it
Fishback is saying.
Is it Bloom in that world? Like, because that's the only way that Bloom could have that bluffs is if he talked to Jofo first, and Jofo is the cover for him having that information. And in that world, that's honestly, that's. Let me build a world, okay? It's the world where Bloom is actually the Baron. Okay, Jofo is the imp, right? And at which point that means that there is a drunk in play. Who would be the drunk? I think the drunk would have to be, in this case, Steven, and not Jake, because there's Jake in this
It would
world.
have to
Jake
be
is good.
Owen who got a chef 0.
No, because you're nowhere near each other.
Oh, I thought you were saying this was Bloom and Jake was the world.
No, you and you.
Bloom-
Oh,
Bloom
me and Bloom.
I might have said Jake by saying Jofo and Bloom. That's the world. I think that makes the most sense. It makes Sammy's information correct and sober on Bloom. Okay. It also explains all the things that Jake has done to date, including sort of claims that things he found out about people. What did you find, Jake? Day 1, night 2, 3, 4.
Owen was chef.
Chef.
And then I was told Mike was Baron.
Yes.
And then that you were butler.
Right. So all those 3 things would be true. Okay. And then, so the question is, there has to be a third drunk. There would be a drunk out there. Who's the drunk? I think the only person that leaves is Steven, the drunk monk, who can't protect some of these allegedly important roles, such as Undertaker and I guess himself. So
Why would Owen's chef information not been drunk?
because there are 0 pairs in my world. Bloom, and Jofo are evil, and they're on opposite sides of the board.
I
They're
mean,
not
if I were, and not to say that I'm totally off the train of Jofo being the imp, but why would I immediately, to his point, hop within the first 15 seconds with the imp as the only minion to be like, let's go off and talk? Would that not be the most sketchy thing in the world?
I mean, how many people are actually clocking that these days, Bloom? People are jumping off altogether all the time. I mean, in fact, and people might. There was a time in our games where people would say that purple they jumped off first. That's a thing, but then it stopped being a thing, and people probably said, "Hey, who cares? Just exchange bluffs. What does it
Christian,
matter?"
doesn't your world make more sense where it's Jake and Bloom and Owen's the drunk chef?
No, because then
Game's gonna end in 30 seconds. So if you want to nominate Jofo, guys, go ahead.
Christian, doesn't that world make more sense?
we got 30 seconds. Let's make a nomination and talk about it because I don't have time to go down.
So nominate Jofo, right?
Yeah, I can't do it.
Yeah, no, I nominate Jofo.
Tell me why.
There's 2 dudes left. It's not me.
Okay. So the world where Jake, so the world where Jake and Bloom are both evil, then Owen has to be the drunk. Okay. So in that case, that makes sense because there is no third. The third outsider is the drunk. It's him. What does that? And then that means Jake is lying about everything, and you are pinpointing who are your pings?
My pings would be Terran as the red herring in that world.
Red herring in that world. So you didn't check the actual imp.
But that's what's cool.
Jofo, do you have a defense?
No, I'm the fortune teller. I've been very forthcoming with my information. If people don't want to believe me, that's where we're at in this game. That's fine.
It's a little on the nose to bluff fortune teller immediately after I was.
Yeah, I'll shut up.
fortune
I'm sorry.
teller.
I'm not helping. the situation.
You're just such a trendsetter, Steven.
Yeah,
Anything else pertinent? I'm gonna run this
I
vote.
have no idea between these.
Is
two.
this
I really don't.
the vote for Jofo?
This is the vote for Jofo, yes.
Yeah,
We got to pick one. I think Jofo's body language has changed. Let's fucking go.
I think
Right.
Jofo's more like.
My body language has changed because I think it's Terran and we've already lost. So you guys can vote for me.
No,
that's
your body
fine.
language changed the whole game.
So enough to pull it off if we need Steven, if you come to a different conclusion.
3 is
Right.
enough.
That's why I held off.
We would need Terran. I think Terran should
That's why I
nominate
took
Jake.
mine
Here, but I
off,
don't know if it's
too.
going
No, if
to.
Terran thinks it's you, so he shouldn't.
Yeah.
nominate.
Yeah,
That's fine, then the
Also,
game's
No
over.
one
you
nominated?
you guys missed it earlier, but there was a conversation that happened really early in the game.
Yeah, cool.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Maybe a Jofo.
Dead.
Oh no, Terran, did you just win? You monster.
Taryn and Jofo were bad. Taryn's.
I'm not
yeah.
bad.
Terran won. Oh, good job, guys.
Yeah, I will always let the day play out because I don't want you to ever meta when the game is unwinnable.
I was just trying to make sure we'd won, but then, man, Christian just.
You know what? I thought Christian was like, he was so quiet until I was like, Christian, what do you think? And I was like, Christian's a baddie, isn't he?
Yeah, so let me go through what
Ugh.
happened here.
Good
We
job,
have
man.
Taryn, your imp, and Christian, your spy.
Oh, I called it! Oh!
Yeah, you guys.
Yeah, you-
Steven.
He knew it from
Okay.
the beginning.
Then you didn't vote for it, Steven. So who's calling it to?
Because we should have, if we had killed you when Taryn nominated you, I would have gone for him, but it was just like that world was still too open for me. Ah!
Alright, so yeah, we had that. Of course,
I was actually
bluff-
so happy we didn't vote out Jofo last round.
Yeah, the bluffs I gave the evil team were Empath, Butler, and Saint, and I was basically screaming at the evil team, bluff outsiders, goddammit, and they did.
I knew
so-
you wanted me to. I was gonna pick Empath too, and then Christian was
Even,
like,
even if you
should
picked
stand."
Empath, y'all could say there's a drunk somewhere, so it was gonna work no matter what. So I wasn't concerned. You're actually one outsider was Bloom the Recluse, who Sammy saw as the Baron alongside Owen the Chef. Fishback was your monk who got killed instantly. Jofo was your fortune teller who picked the Recluse and the Chef. Got yes. Picked I forgot the Christian and someone.
I did Christian and Steven.
Yeah.
Got a no.
Christian.
Then I did
Yep.
Terran and Christian and got a yes.
Yep.
And I did Owen and Sammy and got a no.
Correct. Yeah. All that was
Who's my red herring?
Jake.
Oh, very annoying.
Yeah. I was hoping you picked Jake on the last night. And
It wouldn't have mattered because then I still would have gotten to. Oh no, that's not right.
we
I told you guys it was unwinnable once we
got me
found out that
gas.
Taryn and
That
Christian
That
were
actually,
together.
that actually might have been bad, yeah, because you and Jake throwing sus at each other would have been worse for
Yeah.
me. It was so
Yeah.
good that you were like in lockstep.
in lockstep. Yeah.
But-
Also, the one thing I want to call out, just a small, I guess it was kind of a Freudian slip that some of us noticed. Taryn, when you were talking to Joe, being like, you didn't find your red herring.
Yeah, I called that out. Yeah.
I know Fishback called it out. I mean, I didn't mean it as a slip. I meant it as he was theoretically thinking I was the imp and then stopped searching for his red herring.
Oh god, yeah. Several of us in the chat were just like, yeah, he just admitted he's the imp, right?
When Fishback said that, I was like, oh, that's not how I meant it, but oh shit.
Yeah.
Why did you kill Grace?
I killed Grace because I had to leave Jofo alive, I had to leave Jake alive, and it was between Grace and Sammy. And I did not know the rule that I didn't realize that killing Grace was a little bit of a waste.
Yeah, it actually gave the good team an extra execution, so
Yeah.
that was a risk there. Because travelers don't count towards the end game. With
I almost called you out, Christian. I was like, why has Christian been so silent until I said, what do you think, Christian? You were like weirdly silent.
To be honest, I was actually waiting for an opportunity. I didn't want to overwhelm the decision, the conversation because I talk so much. But I do want to soft apologize for filibustering so much at the end, even though we already won. But there was a soft reason. It's because everyone always says that if I don't talk enough, people will assume I'm evil. So in the meta, I have to talk more. So really, this is all your fault. This is everyone else's fault. Who says?
Yeah. I talked to Jake about that in the first round.
The team didn't win. Christian and Taryn didn't win. The rest of us lost.
I didn't lose. I'm not taking
You have to compliment me first. You didn't. I didn't hear the compliment. I didn't hear two compliments, Steven. I didn't hear two.
Give me your flowers. That was good.
No, it was a good job, guys.
Well done. Good.
All right, thanks, Dwight. As per
Thank you guys
usual.
for joining.
Yeah, have a good weekend, everybody.
All right, thanks, folks.
Have a good one, y'all.
Bye, y'all. That was
See you guys.
fun.
Sorry, Dwight. But it's everyone else's fault. It's the meta. It's the meta. I gotta talk a lot. I gotta talk a lot. So I know someone accused me of BMing. I'm like, what? Bowel movements.
No, if anything, it's on me for just not ending the game. I was just like, I'm gonna let this play out, because like I'll always do that on final day. Be like, listen, even if it's like last game, I only ended early because one, I thought people had to leave early, and two, I didn't want to have a whole another full day of explaining the math or y'all being like, can we win when it was impossible? But this one, I was like, it's final day. Let them have their fun.
Do you know how maddening it is to have the world figured out? To have someone Stephen Fishback being like, this is the world, and then like, okay, I'll go confirm it for you. And then he's like, no, I don't believe you anymore.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Joe, it happens a lot. And I'm just like, every time, I'm just like, I'm gonna rip my hair out. So I was like, I saw him, just like, I feel so bad because I know he has the correct world and like provably knows who the demon is and can't like convince people enough.
I changed Taryn and Christian to Imp and Spy so long ago on my board.
Yeah, I know. I was just like, I know he has the solve. It was like,
good job.
That was
really good job.
Yeah, really good. I was hoping you picked Jake to like give yourself some doubt because like, there's no way I can fool him into thinking it's incorrect. So yeah.
So yeah, no, great job, Jofo. I mean, this is the first time, like it's ever worked where like we've been figured out, but we actually just got the votes differently.
Yeah.
That's one of the first things I learned when I play these games. Like, man, we made it figured out, but the votes just went wonky on the last day, and we won. And I was like, yes, that's everything. That's the thing about evil. You don't have to get the worlds to be right. You just got to get some people convinced. That's all you need. And it's never worked until today. So
that's why I like the voting system in this game. Like it does. It's great. You can cause a lot of chaos with that. Especially like in person is like a whole different beast altogether. Because like some you try and like make it very clear, but like you can like fake it last second. It was just so fun to do with people. Like the storytellers though will give them leeway, but it's great. But
Christian,
thank you for joining.
Christian, you had a slip on day one where you like forgot who you had butlered, and like there's no way Christian's forgetting who
no,
he butlered.
No. I mean, you were right to try to seize on that. I didn't know. It was like who, I didn't know what you meant. Like you voted who you're talking about. No, I was literally like I forgot if Taryn my cover story for talking to Taryn was day one was that I buttled him. And so, but you're absolutely right. This is not taking away from everything you did.
Yeah.
I'm sort of just explaining what my reasoning.
Yeah, no, definitely. I was like, I was like, he is hesitating a bit much on this answer. Like,
I did. This is the worst time to hesitate on the answer. That's my fucking fault. Anyway, so
in any game, it's just like, oh, you hesitated for 1 second. Yeah, evil. It's like I was thinking. What do you think?
God,
so,
anyway.
Yeah, thank you guys for joining. Appreciate
thanks,
it.
Dwight.
Hey, great job, Jofo.
Thanks, Christian. See you.
All right, that's it. So we're out. Final got an evil win. What? 2 wins? No, we lost first game. We lost the first game. Finally an evil win. In spite of Steven figuring that out. Steven and Jofo, right? That's what it was. That was what. Yeah, Curb, I didn't mean to call you out right there about the BM. I am sensitive to the idea that I did something that's ill-mannered even accidentally, but I appreciate knowing about it because I was like I just gibbered on a little too long. I could have ended it about halfway through. What I wanted to do was to put forth a coherent case that it had to be Jofo, and then Jofo said, why can't it also be Jake? And that's a great point. Irrelevant, but a great point. I didn't want to at that point I was like, I am talking too long, I should shut up. But I think what I also wanted, I wanted to get Steven to vote for Jofo. I wanted him to buy into that world. I guess that is a BM thing. But really, I just wanted to see if we could pull off a heist of trying to get people to vote a different way. But it kind of did. Kind of did. But we played the hand we were dealt against a very good opposition. Okay. And I feel bad as well claiming in the first day, like, oh, I lost it for town, when Steve was like, oh, we won it. Like, yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. No, but like if I hadn't done the nomination at the last second, we would have won it. So, but I guess it was everyone's choice to hop on that vote, right? I was very good at convincing town to do the terrible thing. I was good at that. But anyway, no, it was good. There was a lot of agency, a lot of deduction. What did we do right today? What did we do right today? We did. Actually, what time is it now? Is it currently 5 o'clock? 5 o'clock my time. Yeah. So what did we do right? So we did a couple things. One, we saw Steven pretty well at the beginning. Even though we misread some things of that situation, I think we did a good job with that. Okay. And it's one of the times that it made sense. Steven did a great job, to be clear. He did a great job both times. The thing that was interesting is that everything that was described that Taryn said made absolute sense to me. Absolute sense. So Taryn, he going on a full like thing about Taryn being evil. I'm trying to adjusting my mic here. Testing. It was weird. It's like he's like, we should go for Taryn. He seems sketchy. But like the reasoning behind it didn't make a lot of sense. And Taryn seemed very reasonable. So that was quite a bold play by Steven to go after that. It was interesting. It's like we read the meta wrong, like in two different ways in these games. And I'll get to why. But anyway, let's go to the chat. You guys have been active, and thank you for that. Let's see what you're all saying. Here, I have to turn to my television on the wall and cast a horrible shadow over my face. So, yep. All right. Sam did a good job in both games too. And if they hide their role, more likely evil. They came out right out as the investigator and is good. That's a good sort of meta read on Sammy potentially. Yeah. All right. Yeah, Final Five was insane. Yeah, that was crazy. All right, going back. Curb, very active. Thank you so much. All right, I'm just reading all your comments here, Curb, trying to backtrack what they were because it's interesting. All right. Yeah, so killing the Traveler overnight. Yeah, I was actually getting confused about the numbers. I was like, why do we have two more? Oh, it's because the Traveler's gone. Okay. I think Taryn must have been trying to kill someone that had credibility and leaving enough targets open. All right, investigator pinged off recluse. Is a world you should entertain. Yeah. So the fact that I think that the world where Jofo, there was a perfectly viable world where Jofo was the demon and Bloom was the Baron. I think that world was 100% viable. We had three worlds that were 100% viable. Three. One where I'm pretty sure there's a perfectly viable world where it was Bloom and Jofo together. Viable world. Bloom and Jake together. Also viable world. Steven pegging that spy world, incredible. I gotta message him about that. That's incredible that he did that. I was like, this was like, Dwight handed us the spy world of my dreams. And Steven saw the dream. He saw the dream. So yeah, I don't know what took Steven off of me and Taryn as the target. I wish I could claim any credit for that at all. And I am a little frustrated. So two missteps, right? One was the butler, like just be hesitating. I knew to prepare that. I knew to prepare that. But what happened was, like, when I was paying attention to the votes, I was like, shit, did Taryn vote? That's why I was kind of like, did I screw up? I have to claim that, like, I forgot how that I forgot I was, to pay attention as the butler to the votes, which frankly I would have done anyway. But that was a mistake, full on misstep, right? Number two, again, apparently not talking enough on the final day. I was trying not to get in the way, but I didn't quite know what to say that was intelligent. And that's I think the deeper reason why I made that mistake. I was like, I needed to push a world more coherently, that there's the Jofo world. Like, I know that whatever this whole spy world, I know it's nonsense. So, but there's this very much literal world where boom, 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 all these things happen, and Jofo is just not the fortune teller. Let's see. You sacrificing yourself and Jofo afraid to die probably bought Terran social credit. Oh, thank you. I mean, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. It's like, hey guys, like, why did I bring? I thought that was a good move. It's like, look, I'm going to be a problem on this final day. You should get rid of me. And Jofo kind of coming after. Yeah, that worked out well. That worked out well. I guess Jofo was correct to point out, like, why didn't you volunteer to kill yourself then? And I don't know. So maybe the timing of when I said things could have been better. But saying that I should die as the butler, I think that was the right call, right? And thank you. And the choices of who I buttled, I think were solid. I think it's supposed to be people that are clockwise of you, right? Because that way, as their votes come up, your vote's about to come up too, right? And if they start to the right of you, then, like, you can sort of give people warning. I think it's it could be the opposite. Let me know if it's the opposite. I'm not thinking clearly right now. Other things. Other things that were good. Taryn's very good at these things. Congratulations to Taryn. If you're, I'm sure he's off doing his own things. I did storytell. I've just storytold 2 games privately. Now I have, and it's good. I mean, I enjoy it. I need to get a better handle of how to sell. I've had 1 good win and 1 evil win. I'm very happy with that. The good win was a runaway. I got to say, James Jones was in that game of 43 fame, and he just, he clocked the evil team. He shot the demon and almost got, on the same day, he shot the demon and almost got the Scarlet Woman who caught the imp voted out. So credit to James Jones. Counterclockwise, if you can only vote if they did. Yeah. So I think I got the result, the brew. I have that backwards. So I think it's an excusable thing. But I think that the reasoning I gave people, the thing I'm glad that people didn't put together was that I talked to Taryn first. Right? Like, this is what I mean. I talk about, we completely got clocked by the meta. I got clocked by the meta in bad ways both times. Like, the meta swung away from what I wanted it to be at exactly the wrong times. On the first game, I thought that the minion was going to have a minion panic at the last minute to pull off the vote if we were right. Didn't happen. Hence, decision I made. Yeah, whisper tracking is an expert play. That's the other thing. The second game, whisper tracking. Like I remember the very first, and this is touch with a hot stove kind of behavior, right? The very first games I played, Liana would track the whispers. Like, oh, these people talk first. These people talk first. Da, da, da. Like she was on top of it, and so I was like, I am never talking to my imp first, my minion or imp. I'm never talking to them. There was that, and so there was that element. We got clocked by that. I was like, oh, who's talking to who first? So what? And there's also the outsider count. Like Dwight was telling me, like, now they suddenly don't care about the outsider count. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Congratulations to Steven for forcing the vote by nominating his demon, Great job. Great job. We almost didn't fall for it. We almost didn't fall for it, Steven. But good job. Good job. This is good. I feel like I'll say this generally. Like, I think the games are pretty competent, fairly competent at this point. I mean, maybe you pros can let me know where we are on the. You don't have to tell us we're idiots, but like, I think we're gaining we're gaining some skills. I feel. Rarely does the game lost because of like some crazy misplay. I mean, yeah, sometimes people throw a vote here, whatever. That's fine. It's like, Jake, I hope only just sassing Jake, but yeah, that was good. That was great. What other plays of the day were there? Okay, Steven, look, two things Steven did today. Two things. There was him nominating the demon on the final day, and the way that he and Sammy handled that final day of the first game. And two, him clocking the entire world where there's the whole spy world. What? With the fact that it'll be me, and I'm like, oh my goodness. I mean, this is what happens when you play with people who really know what they're doing, Yeah, it's Cammy, it is tough for newer folks. We're getting familiar enough with the mechanics and how to play that it's getting tougher for newer folks to join our games. I agree. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Trying to up my levels here. All right. Yeah, so I think it's pretty good, and I'm very happy. Oops, sorry, I'm peeking here. All right, too much. All right. I play in person once. Bruce says I play in person once a week, and some people there make insane plays. That's what I want. I want people to make the insane plays. Like I mean, in a way, I can't really claim credit because Dwight set us up with that bluff. Like, as soon as I saw the Grim, I'm like, oh my god, we have to play. And he told, Dwight just set us up. So I guess I can't claim credit for that, but we played it okay. The edited game with James and Ben and Rob was great for new viewers, just like NRB. I agree, Bogus. It was a great game. It was a great game for newbie people. And I think this next game will actually do a better job explaining what's happening throughout, I think, as well. So it's even better for new folks. So I imagine people mostly followed, but if you're brand new, you probably feel like, what's going on here? What are people saying and why? We'll see. Oh my God, Cammy, you're talking about doing a sex and violence game? Okay, let me tell you this. Look, it's my birthday. I get to go a little longer with my friends here. Okay, well, not my birthday. I'm treating it like my birthday. All right. So let me tell you about my one in-person game. I was at Dragon Con. I was there to give 3 robotics talks, which was crazy. And I got to play one game, and it just took forever to even get into a game. Like, as eventually I'm like messaging the storyteller. I was like, I want to be there for one game. When do I have to be there? And we got there like an hour and a half early. Me and one of my friends who came with me. She was brand new to the game, and we're like gearing up to play like Trouble Brewing. And then right as we're about to jump in, they're like, guess what? We're now doing sex and violence. And I looked at her and I'm like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You're in for it for sex and violence. Now, I was very proud of how of learning the rules of sex and violence pretty dang well. So game starts. I am the artist. Okay, I'm the artist. It's a huge game. I think it was 16, 17, 18 people. So like 3 travelers and a full game. Crazy. And but I'm the artist, and I'm like, I know what I'm doing. I say to myself, I am stealing Snake Charmer. Not the artist. I'm the artist. I was the philosopher. And sorry, I apologize. I was the philosopher. And the philosopher, for those who don't know, they can choose to take a power, and if that person's power is already in the game, they are drunk. Okay. So I stole the Snake Charmer power. And for those who don't know, the Snake Charmer allows you to pick one person per night. And if they're not the demon, you're okay. If you pick the demon, you become the demon. And they become the Snake Charmer who's poisoned and they can't do anything. It's oh my God. It's So first, out of the gate, Sex and Violence game, there was a hard claim of an evil twin. So evil twin publicly, these two point at each other, evil twin, good twin. This guy across the way says, I nominate, and he chooses, I think, the good twin. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? He's like, you jumped on this chance, like to nominate the good twin. I'm like, you demon. You're evil. You're so evil. And it's like, you demon. And turns out was the demon. It took a while to, and so the game was crazy. You had Oracle information flying around. You had mutants. Think about all the roles that are going to be on the Sex and Violence game. We had 3 travelers, okay? And one of the persons who was the traveler, right before the game started, he's going to be a traveler, it was told, okay? I don't know the travelers well, so I'm not going to remember which one it was. I think it was one which like allows you to kill somebody. Gangster. It might have been Gangster. He just murdered somebody. I forget what it was. Or like he made a nomination go through. It was something. He was evil and made a nomination go through. This guy, we all sit around in a big old circle. This is before the game starts. And he looks at me and he says, I remember you. Apologies if I told this story on stream already. I remember you. I think I know you. And I'm like, oh no, this is typically what happens when you've been on television and people don't remember from where. They're like, I know you from somewhere, right? But they can't remember from where, because what's the likelihood they're going to run into you like in person, right? Especially in reality TV, because in reality TV, people feel like regular people, not actors. No, I did not steal the demon hood. Sorry, spoilers. I did not steal the demon, but the game gets crazier. I ultimately did not. I chickened out. I picked people around him to try to narrow it down. I almost did. So I did not steal the demon as a snake charmer. So this guy points up, I know you, and I'm just waiting for it. I'm not going to tell, but I'm never going to say, yeah, you know me from Survivor. You never do that, because you never know if it's from somewhere else, right? That they think they remember you from. And it's kind of a weird thing to do. And so the guy says, we played a game before, and you were just such a pain in the ass. I'm like, me? I mean, I could be annoying at times, but like out of the pain in the ass, I'm like, I don't think so. This is an in-person game you're talking about. It's like, yeah. It's like I've never played in person. It's like, don't bullshit me. I'm like, okay. And the conversation drifted elsewhere, and I'm like, this guy, he's mad at me. He didn't like me. I'm like, what? And I just kind of let it go. And exactly, it's like I never played in person, and so but I let it go. I didn't want to like push the issue. And then as they're explaining the game, they're explaining like his role, this guy's role, and he's like, you get to kill somebody if you want. And he's like, I want to kill him, and pointing at me. I'm like, okay, I gotta nip this in the bud. It's like, look, sir, I've never played in person before. You have to be confusing me with someone else. And I was like, he's like, well, then how do I recognize you so well? I'm like, oh God, you're gonna make me do it. You're gonna make me do it. It's like, do you watch TV? Do you watch Survivor? And he's like, oh yeah, I do know you. I'm like, great. Like I have to be that guy. It's like, yeah, you recognize me from TV. And then he was really friendly. I feel like I deserve an apology. Let's see. Interesting. So Bruce says, you doxed Shirin at a poker tournament last year. That's funny. Did you like just point out that it's her? Meaning dox you said, you don't know who that is. That's Shireen. So let's see. Curb says, so this is something from out of game. Let the storyteller know. So what do you mean? But Curb, by all means, elaborate on it. Like I should tell the storyteller that I'm famous, or like Z-list famous. So there was going to be another storyteller who did know who I was, and he was going to run a different game. I was going to work with him. But so anyway, back to the game. I'm curious what you mean by that, Curb. But back to the game. So the game progresses. Like we actually do. So like sort of nail the demon, and very clearly there's some weird kills at night. And for those who know Sex and Violence, that means Pit Hag. Pit Hag created a new demon. In fact, we clocked it was a Vortox game immediately. An artist said 1 + 1 = 2 and got the no, So should have offered the guy an autograph. Yeah, yeah. You got to ask for that stuff. I mean, occasionally someone looks really flummoxed. I might say, "Hey, do you want a photo? Do you want a photo?" Because otherwise, I'll make them ask for it because I don't want them to assume they want one. So the game goes on. We realize it's a Vortox. Clearly, the Pit Hag changed the demon to something else. I think they changed it to a Nodashi. I think is what they did. And so, and so, like, we had the game kind of narrowed down. I as eventually get. Do I get killed? I forget. I must. No. I know what happens. So I use my Snake Charmer ability, and I don't pick the guy that I know it is. I don't. I chickened out. And eventually, I think I get killed or something because there's a traveler whose job it is that gives someone like the power to do a thing for a day. Someone got killed anyway. It like gets a power for a day. And it happens to be my friend. And I was like, I don't know if you believe I'm good or not, but if you think I'm good, you should give me the artist power. You should give me the artist ability. Or I think maybe I get my power back for one day or something like that. Oh, it was my philosopher power. I think I can get my philosopher power back for one day. I apologize if you all know what I'm talking. Bone collector. Thank you, Curb. I didn't look it up for you. The bone collector. I was like, can I give me my philosopher power back? Because I want to ask an artist question. And so she gives me the artist, the philosopher. I take the artist ability. I use the artist ability, and I pinpoint the demon. So I no longer have have my Snake Charmer ability. Oh, so sad. And the game goes on. Like, I forget if we killed the demon, and then we killed the demon. Demon was dead. Game goes on. Why? Good twin, evil twin. The Pit Hag made a new good twin, evil twin. So the game has gone on. Like I think we nailed the evil twin, the first evil twin, and then the Pit Hag turned somebody into a new evil twin, and it was their other minion, and it was the one minion who we didn't suspect. So that new evil twin had a new good twin, and we had to guess, and we guessed wrong. So we lost at the last minute. We had clocked almost the entire evil team throughout that whole thing. But it was ripped away from us because like I was really confused as to how the mechanics of the new evil twin worked. Specifically, like we were going up to the person claiming to be the new good twin. They're both claiming to be the new good twin, right? And I was going up to the person who was the good twin, and I was like, what did they tell you? What did they tell you? And I was trying to reason out exactly what they said. And I reasoned incorrectly that I think you are the evil twin and you don't know it, like that you're the good evil twin, right? That was the mechanic, right? Sorry, this is why horribly confusing. People don't know sex and violence. But the question was she the good twin or was she the good aligned evil twin? And we guessed wrong. So then we lost because we guessed wrong. That's how it works with the. So I was betting that she was the good aligned evil twin. So those who know the game, in the comments. So put yourself in a position where you're in a game of sex and violence, and all of a sudden there are two new claimed good twins, right? Okay. How can you determine the difference between whether the Pit Hag said, hey, my evil minion friend, you're now the evil twin? Or they said, hey, good player, you're now the good aligned evil twin. How can you tell the difference? How can you tell the difference, Bogus? Curb. Whoever changed their claim is the evil one. Change their claim. So what would that mean? Let's just say, in our case, actually, the minion, quite good, quite talented. The minion was claiming to be the original Snake Charmer, whose power I stole. He was the minion, so he's claiming Snake Charmer, and the other person was claiming, I don't know. Let's just say Oracle. Okay, are you saying one of those two people would have had to change their claim? Oh, because the other person has to learn who the other person is. So Right. So you don't need to distinguish. Is that true? I'm going to pull up, friends, the rules for the evil twin. Okay. Because there are two worlds. We're going to simplify this puzzle. There are two worlds. The pit hag has either made a minion the evil twin, or has made a good player the evil twin. So I'm going to pull up BOTC, evil twin. This is, by the way, why the game is so engrossing and fun and awesome. So awesome. Just execute the evil aligned player, of course. Is that a joke, Herb, or am I missing some element of that? Am I missing what? Like there's some hidden brilliance to that beyond the irony. Let's pull this up. Okay, here we got it. Okay, evil twin. You and an opposing player know each other. If the good player is executed, evil wins. The good player executed, evil wins. Good can't win if you both live. So maybe I'm following what you're saying, Curb. I mean, they're both going to be playing. If the good player, oh yeah, vote the evil player. But how would you know the difference? Okay. Literally, it's just. I see. Let me try to reason this out. So, if the pit hag had made the good player the evil twin, okay, then a minion is called the evil twin, right? So it's the person you suspect the most was been evil the whole time, right? It's not that there is a player that is designated as the good twin as a role. It is the opposing twin. Okay, there is an opposing twin because it doesn't say the opposing twin is executed, the other team wins. It says if the good player is executed, evil wins. So you have to execute the person. We have to execute the person. This is where knowing the rules helps. You have to execute the person who you most suspect was always evil. It does not create some novel conundrum because they have it doesn't create any novel conundrums. The fact that the pit hag selected the good player to be an evil twin. Exactly. No, you're right. Absolutely, Brew. Right, Brew. You can make a good player have the minion ability. It just doesn't change the calculation as to who you should kill. Right. The thing is, the good aligned player. So if the good aligned player was turned into, there is a way to tell what happened, but it might not be relevant. Well, maybe it is. Okay, sorry, folks. You can leave if this is super boring. But let's work this out. What happens if the pit hags a good aligned player, a good player, and makes them the evil twin role, right? They would learn an opposing player, which will be an evil player. Okay? They know their role, right? So they would know, oh, that's the witch. Or that's whatever that role is, right? If the good player is executed, evil wins. All right. Okay, so that means if the good aligned player is pit hagged into an evil twin, the way you would know that that's the case, you would go up to that player and say, okay, tell me, what does that other person, what's their role? What's their role? And that good aligned player should tell you, oh, it's a minion role. They're the witch, right? Yes. And then yeah. And if it's the evil player who got turned, it was some other evil minion got turned into, some of the evil player got turned into an evil twin, evil player, then they'll be saying, oh, that other person is the, is this a tell? They should say that the other person's the evil twin. right? Then both players will say it's the evil twin. So it doesn't change the calculation as to who you should kill necessarily. I think the only thing that might be interesting is if I'm in a situation at the end of the game and the pit hag has transformed, we can tell the pit hag, if I'm on the evil team, tell the pit hag, say, hey, go make me the evil twin. Make me the evil twin. And I'm going to claim that person over there, they're my twin, but they're the witch. Or like some minion. Choose a minion. Serenovus. They're the Serenovus, or they're some minion, right? That lends some credibility to the fact that, hey, evil did something fancy. I'm good. They've always been evil. Okay, so that gives me some credibility. Like, it's kind of a fancy story, and that might lend some credibility to the fact that it's real, right? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. The only difference is if there's a good demon, you have to kill them. Yeah, you have to, absolutely. If there's a good demon, you have to kill them. 100%. Evil twin aligned, not the evil aligned, not evil twin token. Exactly. That's huge difference. Huge difference. I'm just more trying to spin out if there's a world where it makes sense that, like, you could use the weird nuance of a good player becoming the evil twin to your advantage. It's not a mechanical advantage. It's just more of a believability advantage. Issue is minions on sex violent are allowed. You're thinking what I'm thinking, right? Because Serenovus, you know that there's someone's mad, right? Yeah. The Serenovus, you could. The thing is, you can claim there whatever that. So like in this world, so like you're saying the witches. When he says when you're saying that a minion is loud, means that things happen in the game that confirm their existence. They're out there. It's pretty clear, right? They're not quiet, they're loud. So a witch kill happens. Serenovus execution suddenly happens for madness, right? What are the other? The pit hag, it can happen. People will tend to always say, hey, my rail's been changed, right? However, in this world, whatever minion you were is what you claim the other person was, right? That's in that world. Let's say I was the Serenovus. Pit hagged me into an evil twin, right? They're gonna claim I'm my twin's gonna claim I'm the evil twin. I can claim what am I in this world? Serenovus. I'm gonna claim they're the Serenovus. They're the Serenovus. I'm the good. I whatever my bluff was. Let's say I was claiming I was the the Oracle the whole time or something. He's like, I'm the Oracle. They changed the good player in the they changed the good player into the evil twin to confuse us. And the way I know is because I'm told their actual role, which is not the evil twin. It is the Serenovus, right? Let's see. Curb says, chubicki, if you draw an evil twin token, when your group plays sex ballots, please claim to be a twin with your evil partner. Works really well in one minion games. If you can hide your ability, self Serenovus, demon Serenovus, pit hag not using their ability, which is hardest to bluff twins. Okay. So interesting. So you're saying, so if I'm in the Serenovus, or there is a Serenovus with my twin part with my demon, we can say you're evil twin, I'm good twin. You say it works well. It's interesting because it paints such a target on our backs. It's because ultimately, is it going to come down to a 50-50 game at that point? Self Serenovus. Interesting. If you draw Serenovus, you can madness your demon to say artist, and both claim artist twins day one. Town won't touch twins until final 5. Interesting. Was waiting to go undercover all that time. They are going to have to get to us. And the problem is they can't go to final 3. They have to touch it at final 5. And I would point out, like, guys, we have to take care of the twins at 5, or they get the demon at 5. Unless we're convinced we have to get the demon, we got to handle the twins now. Because if we don't handle the twins now and we have a demon around, at final 3, we lose. Interesting. Interesting. Anyway, thank you so much for sticking around, folks. Good for the chat. Yeah, trying to think there's anything else to cover, but I really appreciate you all sticking around. We got an evil win. I got a message Taryn say congratulations. He did a good job. I think that maybe I will get one piece of feedback from the audience here. One thing out of instinct I tend to do when I am evil is try my best to really corroborate, try my best to be helpful to town, but like in terms of clarifying things in the space, like this could happen, this could happen, this could happen, this can happen. The thing I'm not as good at, or at least not been active at, is seeding bad worlds. I'm kind of like let people throw out the bad world, and I kind of cruise it along. I throw out little things like I thought it was weird how Bloom threw the nomination out and did the thing for Owen, but I'd be open to hints for how to help seed more bad worlds, because thankfully there were some bad worlds this time, but like the world's starting to close in on us, and that tends to happen to me with evil. Yeah. Oh, bogus band. You're actually while getting feedback here. Final 3 kill, demon kill. Final 2 twin kill works, I think. Actually, no, bogus. We actually covered this a little bit pregame. Because at final 2, evil wins. And you might say, how does that jive with a typical final 3 demon kill? Well, once the demon dies, good wins. Once you're at final 2, evil wins. And per the rules, you go into the rule book, that's a tie, right? Evil and good won at the same time at the final 3, killing off the demon down to 2. Right? It's a tie. Ties go to good. And that's the rules that are behind a typical final 3 demon kill. Isn't that interesting? And so what does that mean for evil twin? You demon kill at the final 3. You're down to final 2. Evil wins. Demon's dead. Good wins. But according to the evil twin, good cannot win. So who just won? Evil. Isn't it interesting? Yep, exactly, Curb. That's at least my understanding of it. This is why it's, again, the real rule book is mostly fantastic for clarifying these things. I recommend taking the Blood in the Clocktower quiz. Okay. All right. With this, I'm going to start wrapping it up. I really appreciate you having you. It was a great time. I'm pleased with how a lot of what I did went. I've learned a couple of lessons of things I should do and not do. I appreciate the feedback from the town. I feel bad about people having a bad time because of my BM. That's bad manners. Just to be clear, I know what that means. But that's I'll be more diligent about that in the future. And yeah, but I think this will be fun. So cool. All right. So awesome. Thanks again. Everybody take care. Have a good one. Bye-bye.